I'd like to call the meeting to order. Today is February 13th, 2025, and this is a meeting of the Rent Stabilization Commission for the City of West Hollywood. I'd like to ask Commissioner Kirpies to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Chair. The West Hollywood Rent Stabilization Commission acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Quiche peoples.
Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Goldman?
Here.
Commissioner Kirpies?
Here.
Commissioner McCafferty?
Here.
Commissioner Paris?
Here.
Commissioner Topchin?
Here.
Vice Chair Rory?
Here.
Chair Bass?
Here. We have a quorum. Everyone is here. Now we move to item 4, approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to the agenda? I would like to recommend that we actually pull item 9A for a future meeting. There is no staff report here, and I'm unprepared to have a conversation about an item for which we have not been given any material to prepare for. Is there any support for that?
I'm good with that.
I would support that.
And I'm going to make
Any objections?
I'm going to make one recommendation. The planning of the agenda is staff's prerogative, so if it is pulled, it's going to come back likely in the same format. So staff reports are not required in these cases. It's only for the appeals. So the parties are here prepared to make that tonight. So you're free to make that vote as you wish, but it would likely come back in the same format.
Yes, I want to also add a comment, just piggybacking off on that. I recognize that there is some feedback that we've received within the past couple of days about staff reports. I've heard that. I'm happy to communicate that with other divisions who come to present in the future. But I want to recognize that my colleagues in long-range planning were planning on giving this presentation, spent a lot of time in preparation for tonight. They've volunteered their evening to be with you all. So I would just ask and strongly encourage, out of respect for them, that you approve the agenda as proposed by staff. Thanks.
With that background, I'll say that I informed staff 2 days ago that I was going to make this motion, and they've made no efforts to bring forward a staff report since then. So my motion is to approve the agenda without 9A. Is there a second? Seeing none, is there another motion?
The motion to approve the agenda as it's presented.
May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Goldman?
Aye.
Commissioner Kirpies?
Aye.
Commissioner McCafferty? Aye. Commissioner Paris?
Aye.
Commissioner Topchin?
Aye.
Vice Chair Rory?
Aye.
Chair Bass?
No. We'll move on to the minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes?
Chair, I have one on page 2. The second hearing, it has a vote listed as 5-1, but doesn't have the name of who voted no. So if we could add that person, I believe that was Commissioner.
It was Commissioner Paris.
Yeah, that's
But
it. Okay, thanks.
Did you ask him?
It's Commissioner Paris.
Is that okay to note that you were the no vote?
Oh, yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Are there any other changes?
There's just one typo on the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll just update that to say Vice Chair Rory.
Thank you.
No, actually, the pledge was not led by Vice Chair Rory.
That's correct, Chair, isn't it?
It was 10 and a half year citizen of West Hollywood,
My apologies,
Vivian
then it's
Molina.
correct.
Okay, so noting just the change mentioned by Commissioner Kirpies, do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve as amended.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Goldman,
Aye.
Commissioner Kerpies,
Aye.
Commissioner McCafferty,
Aye.
Commissioner Paris,
Aye.
Commissioner Topchin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Rory,
Aye.
and Chair Bass.
I was absent, so I will abstain. The motion passes. Do we have any items or speakers from the public at this point for item number 6?
No speakers at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 7, the manager's report.
Hello, good evening. Thank you. Hope everyone is well and staying dry. I'll be pretty brief today. This evening we have 2 appeals and 2 presentations from our Human Services Division and our Long Range Planning Division. On February 27th, we have 3 appeals. On March 13th, we have 3 appeals. March 27th, 3 appeals. April 10th, 3 appeals. And April 24th, 3 appeals. That concludes the manager's report, but I'm available for any questions that the commission has.
Is it possible, and if assuming my fellow commissioners would be interested as well, but is it possible at some point to bring back an update on the retrofit, the status of the retrofit across the city?
Yeah, absolutely. I can look into that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And also, Mr. Manager, if the commissioners have no objections, I'd like to request if we could have another update from the Legislative Affairs Division, sort of a presentation. We had that typically once or twice a year in the past, and if we can schedule sometime in March, would be great.
Absolutely. I'll speak with Mr. Molina about that.
Thank you.
I'll just state for the record that I would be amenable to that and would not object as long as there's a staff report that lets us know actually what we're going to be discussing so that we can be prepared to have quality questions and conversation.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so we will move on from the manager's report here to our appeals for this evening. We have 2 appeals before us. And the first one is, I have to flip between my notes here. The first appeal is D4750CD1, which stands for a compliance determination. I'll ask the secretary if we have representatives from both the landlord and the tenant here today.
We do not have representation from the appellant tenant, but we do from the landlord.
Okay. So first of all, we're going to hear a staff report from our legal counsel, and then we're going to hear from the appellant if they show up before we get to that point. I'm going to go through the instructions now for everybody in attendance so they know how this will work. I'll repeat if the appellant returns. But the appellant will have 5 minutes. They can divide their time between opening statement and a rebuttal, but then the respondent will speak. They'll have 5 minutes that's not divisible. When it's your time to speak, you're going to state your name, your city of residence, and the appellant will tell us how they want to divide their time, and then you'll proceed with your comments. Since your speaking time is limited, it's important to keep a few things in mind. 1, stay on topic. The only information you share should be about the appeal topic. If you have other important things, there's a time and place for that, but that you only have a few minutes in your appeal. And then new evidence cannot be considered by the commission, so you can only discuss issues that were raised at the hearing or evidence submitted to the hearing examiner. May we proceed with the legal counsel's staff report?
Yes. Hello,
Thank you.
everyone. Hello, commissioners. My name is Kellen Martz. I'm the legal counsel to the Rent Stabilization Commission. As the chair said, this is application number D-4750CD1. The property is located at 8431 Fountain Avenue, unit number C. This case arises out of an original decision that was issued in 2023, followed by a compliance determination that was issued in late 2024. The original decision granted a rent reduction for 2 substantial reductions of housing services. One is the gas heater, and the other is for repainting of the unit. There was a subsequent request for compliance determination made by the landlord stating that the heater had been replaced and that the unit had been repainted in substantial compliance with the original decision. The tenant disputes part of that compliance determination as to the painting. stating that the painting of the unit was never done and therefore did not meet what was required under the original decision. This appeal tonight is only regarding the painting issue. Since the gas heating issue was not appealed, that decision stands as final. This case also does involve the 3 photos that were sent to you today that were left out of your packet. So in the original decision, it was found that the property unit had not been painted in over 8 years, which was over the 4-year requirement under the RSO. Excuse me, let's see. And then when the compliance determination was submitted, the hearing examiner reviewed the evidence and made a determination that the heater had been replaced and the unit had been painted in substantial compliance. The determination by the hearing examiner did note that there were minor touch-ups needed. Some of those are shown in the photos that you received. However, the requirement is that it needs to be substantial compliance, not 100% compliance with the original decision to have the rent restored. And so that was the basis of the decision from the hearing examiner. The tenant filed an appeal in September of 2024 disputing the paint issue, stating that the decision was clearly in error and not supported by the findings or evidence in the record. And again, he stated that no painting had taken place. So the question before you tonight is, was the restoration of the MAR by the hearing examiner for the painting supported by substantial evidence in the record? It is staff's recommendation that this issue be remanded due to the disputes between the 2 parties and the lack of evidence in the record. And that concludes my report. I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions for legal counsel? Yes, Commissioner McCafferty.
This one, what does remanded mean in this sense?
Of course, yes. So remand, if you go to let's see, it's page 16 of the packet. So remand means you're sending it back to the hearing examiner to do whatever you tell them to do. So in this case, staff has recommended that the remand or the hearing examiner should look at those 4 questions under conclusion number 6, whether the unit was actually repainted as required. If it was repainted, did it meet the substantial evidence or substantial compliance requirement? If any of the delays were caused by the tenant, and if so, do the delays excuse the landlord's performance as to the paint? So in a remand, you can kind of instruct them with some broad parameters to try to get to the bottom of the issue.
Thank you. That makes sense.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Kerpes?
And can you tell us why shouldn't we just deny if we don't believe that it was satisfied? Why would we just not deny or approve the appeal?
You certainly can. This one was a little bit different. There's just really nothing in the record, and so you certainly can make the case that it falls on the landlord to submit the things they needed. But staff felt that this one was a little bit weird. That it's weird to say something was painted when it's not, and so that's where we're at.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Rory.
For the compliance determination, was there a hearing where the tenant and the landlord verbally got to speak?
Let me look at the record, but I think this was just done on the papers, so meaning the evidence submitted by the landlord and not a hearing.
On page 13 of the PDF at the bottom, it's got the, I think it's a staff report on compliance determination, but it says the landlord argued and then the tenant argued. Does that mean that there was an actual hearing where there was verbal testimony?
Yeah, let me look at the record real quick and see.
Okay, and assuming there was verbal testimony at the hearing, can the hearing examiner accept verbal testimony that the painting was substantially completed with touch-up noted, just on a verbal basis of the landlord representing that, without the landlord then having to also submit pictures showing a lot of different substantial compliance with painting? But just on verbal testimony alone, could the hearing examiner rely on that and say?
Yes, so verbal testimony is evidence.
Right.
It's very rare that just testimony alone would get you over that hump. but it does happen.
Okay.
Are there other questions for staff at this time? I have one, and that is, can you tell us how the tenant who is the appellant here was notified of this meeting, since they're not currently, I don't believe that they've shown up, have they? I just want to make sure we go in the record about how they were notified of this hearing tonight.
As required by law.
Okay. So they were notified and they're just not here. With that in mind, there is no one standing wishing to address us as the tenant, so we will move on to the landlord. Again, the landlord cannot divide their time, so you'll have 5 minutes to speak. And our landlord is on Zoom, Jose Ramirez. So again, just state your name, city of residence, and you'll have 5 minutes to address us. You can begin.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jose Ramirez, and I am the property manager for 8431 Fountain Avenue. This is regarding unit number letter C. Well, my initial submission was to have a hearing, basically, because we tried for many months to schedule the repainting of the whole unit, and we did many attempts to do it, to schedule ourselves, to have a vendor to schedule it, but we couldn't do it because the tenant wasn't allowing us to do it. So I reached out to the city to see what I can do, and they said, okay, you can submit this. Partially, the work was partially done from the initial hearing, which was the heater. So I submitted the submission to have the hearing, and the credits were removed, but my initial submission was to have a date and time to repaint the unit, and I never stated that it was painted. So that's a false claim from the tenant, because our intention was always to repaint the unit. It took some time for us to get some bids. There were some vendors that they refused to work in the unit. So finally, we ended up having one. There was a delay on part of the tenant, and then I ended up doing the submission where the decision was made to remove the credits. And that's basically it on my end.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. If you could stay on the phone right now, I believe the commission will have some questions for you. Vice Chair Rory.
Mr. Ramirez, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Can you tell me in a short answer, has the apartment been painted as of today, currently? Or does it still need to be painted because you haven't been able to schedule the work?
It hasn't been painted yet. It needs to be painted.
Okay. And how many times are you saying that the tenant wouldn't let you schedule the work? How often did that occur?
Probably in the course of about 6 to 7 months, probably at least once a month, because what will happen is that he said, I'm out of town, let me get back to you when I'm back, and then we got a date when he was back, and then we follow up, he never responded, and then we follow up again, and he said, okay, let me contact the vendor, and then some time passed again, and then we follow up again. So that was kind of the recurring situation. So I would say at least 6 to 7 times that we did follow-ups.
When was the last time you tried to schedule the painting of the apartment?
Probably was sometime last year before I submitted the form to remove the credits.
So before what month? Before what month?
Probably I will say May of last year.
Okay, so there's been no attempt since May. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ramirez, just I wanted to follow up on what Vice Chair Rory was asking you. When you filed for the compliance determination and said that the tenant was not letting you schedule, you provided a series of emails between you and the tenant, you meaning the company, there were several people, but can you point to anywhere in that record that shows that the tenant was turning you down on scheduling this? Because that's the only evidence that we have to look at. Can you tell me where that is?
Yes.
I've read the whole thing and I can't find it.
Okay, let me, I'm seeing the package, so let me see the pages. So on January 9, there is one that will be page 59 on the package. He's stating that he was out of town and that he talked to the vendors to schedule a time that would work for them. That's when he replied to us on January 9, and then we did a couple follow-ups on December. Even we follow up with the vendor to schedule with him. So we were trying to schedule it, the vendor was trying to schedule it. That will be page 60, where we reach out to him. Actually, it was me who reached out to him to still contact the vendor. Valerie Duran as well, she's my assistant, page 60.
Okay, I have just a couple of follow-up questions, and that is,
Sure.
there's a lot of conversation about him needing to be out of the apartment for 2 weeks to paint it, and that he would need to move all of his furniture out and go. Was there ever a conversation about relocation fees since you were making him move out and the cost of moving those things, and or was that all on him?
No, we never had a conversation about that. He asked us to move his furniture to a vacant unit. We were showing that, and I believe we ended up renting that unit. So we had no place for his furniture, but we never had a really conversation about relocation fees.
Great.
And
Thank you so much. You've answered my question. Do any of my colleagues have additional questions?
I guess just a follow-up question, just to clarify. So you never asked him to move out or move all of his furniture out, right? It was just if there was too much furniture, he felt there was too much furniture for him to move into the center of the room. Is that correct?
I get so, because he reached out to us about, moving stuff out of the unit.
I guess let me rephrase it. Did you ever ask him to move his items out of, or tell him he had to move his items out of the apartment?
Not me, it was the vendor.
Oh, the vendors told him he would
Yes,
have to move items.
Yes, I don't have a record of that in writing, but it was part of the conversation and part of the meeting when the vendor went to do the estimate. So
Okay.
he just told him just to move the stuff to the center. He didn't need to move out or move his belongings out of the unit. So that was basically it. So the vendor told him to move the stuff to the middle of each room.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Paris.
Mr. Ramirez, good evening.
Good.
A question I have has to do with the documentation reflecting that your tenant contacted the handyman regarding scheduling the painting. Your staff or in the communications that say that the time was not selected, and he says that he reached out to staff. Was there a settled time, and did the handyman communicate that to you, or did the tenant communicate that to you?
No. The basic response was, let me schedule with the vendor to find a convenient time for both, but we never settled on a date or time.
It reads to me that a date was agreed upon, that this issue was the time of day, and your communications to the tenant say that the time.
Oh yeah, you're right. That was for January 6th, now that I remember. And I believe, yeah, we agreed to that time, to that date. And by the time that the vendor showed up, the handyman showed up, he wasn't ready. So he didn't prep his unit. As was requested by the vendor.
Is that documented anywhere in the packet?
It should be, because we do remember following up with him, so it should be in somewhere after page 57 and 16.
Commissioner Paris, are you?
I was waiting for.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
I'm trying to locate that, and I do remember that we scheduled. There was a date, and he wasn't ready, so he dismissed the painters.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I'm trying to locate it. Actually, it was for December 6th. I'm sorry. So it is on page 61.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
But it was never done, and the reason was because he wasn't ready. The handyman will help to some extent to move the furniture, but we didn't want to risk because he said that all his furniture is antique and quality. So we didn't want to risk it to break it or something. So he was responsible for prepping the unit, but it didn't happen on December 6th. And then we continued with the follow-ups to settle a date and time, but it didn't happen.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, we're going to thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for your time. And I'll ask one more time to see if the tenant is here. Have they checked in?
They have not.
Okay. And seeing no one in the room, we will close the public hearing at this point in time. Do you have any questions for staff from the commission before we start deliberation? Commissioner Kirby's.
I have a question for staff. I'm just curious, so this tenant and landlord know how to move forward or know what their options are moving forward, but is there, I know that with enough notice, could the landlord give a 3-day notice or whatever the ample time would be, set a date and time on their own and post it and enter the apartment for this purpose?
Yes, they could. It's not common in my experience for painting to just go in and paint like this, but I suppose you could.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about the required painting every 4 years on the interior. I believe the regulations say that the landlord is responsible for moving items away from the walls within reason.
Yes, that is correct.
And also, if the landlord requires you, this is the second question, if a landlord requires you to vacate a unit for work at any point, I believe this was in the newsletter that we just received in the mail this week, but they're required to pay for you to be someplace else, and if there's not a kitchen, they have to pay for per diem. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Any additional questions of staff?
Chair, if I may, I was looking at something up for the vice chair, and when I used the words argued, it was through their papers, not actually sitting there present. So, yes. So they didn't have a hearing, but when I say argued, it was the compliance determination, the objection. That's where the word arguments come from.
Commissioner Paris, I think you had your hand up.
Yes. I wanted to make sure that I was understanding the sort of the delineation of duties as it reads in this, like back and forth between the tenant and the landlord. The tenant says that the handyman said that they needed to move their things. Is that enough for them, for the tenant, does that carry the force of the request of the landlord, or is that separate from like the landlord making that request?
Does that satisfy the, sorry, could you repeat your question?
In the comms, it says the handyman said, I have to move my things. And does that carry the force of the request of the landlord, or is that separate?
The handyman is acting as the agent of the landlord, so it would, unless you find otherwise, generally, yes, that would be the voice of the landlord carried through the handyman.
Thank you so much.
Any additional questions before we start deliberation? Commissioner Topshin, you always have questions. Not to put you on the spot, but
Okay.
I appreciate that. Who would like to begin?
I could begin, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you. So to me, clearly there is no compliance with the examiner's decision or order, which was clearly stated the unit has to be painted. And the compliance determination request, basically it says that we're unable to paint the unit, and the testimony tonight confirms that there is no compliance in regards to the painting. So the reason I'm not completely persuaded by the landlord's testimony that there is a straightforward denial by the tenant to do the work. Although there is the extensive this email communication back and forth, there is clearly some indication that they were trying to schedule, and it could be that there was no kind of a goodwill from the tenant to be open to schedule. So I think I don't want to go really into that email back and forth communication and to take anybody's side. All I see here that this is the exact case when we have to remand back to the examiner. So, and I would definitely encourage the commissioners to support the staff's recommendation, because this is the case where we cannot really say whether the landlord's argument or testimony is more credible than the tenant's. Clearly, we have this photographic images showing that this is not painted, and the landlord's testimony is that the unit has not been painted. So therefore, why it was not painted? Because the tenant denied entry? Was there a specific time set and the landlord gave a 24-hour notice saying that this is the day and time we're going to enter the unit to perform the work, as the 24-hour will be required under the state law? I don't see that here. All I see is like back and forth communication and how many quotes, what are the dates, who's going to move the furniture, and all that stuff. So I think this should be remanded back to the examiner. And I wanted to ask maybe the legal counsel if the examiner could also look into this issue, whether that would be the tenant's responsibility to move the furniture or that would be the landlord's responsibility to move the furniture? Is it something the examiner can look into, or that would be a separate, maybe a mediation issue that the department may help?
That, excuse me, that could be added as a bullet point. There's those 4 that are in the resolution. There could be a 5th one added to address the issue of furniture and move-out requirements.
Perfect. If that can be done, so I'm prepared to fully support the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rory.
I'm not sure about the recommendation about moving the furniture. What I don't want this commission to do is start advocating for either side one way or the other. If I missed something in the record and that was a basis for the appeal or the hearing or anything like that, then let me know. But I almost think that that's not really within the purview of what we're supposed to be deciding. We're reaching outside our preview to say, oh, also, and take a look at this. So that's how I kind of feel about that particular suggestion. But I do support a remand here. I think my reason for the remand, though, is because I think it's probably a favor to the tenant to do remand in this instance, in my view, because I tend to side with the substantial evidence in the record that the tenant, that the landlord argued the tenant was being difficult about painting and they couldn't schedule painting, so the compliance determination was approved. And this is exactly what happened in our last appeal at the last meeting. I don't know if you guys remember with the balcony. There was this really compelling evidence of a contractor quitting an entire job because the tenant was being so difficult. And I do think there are instances where the tenant really is being difficult about scheduling, and it's not just a one-off, one time they weren't there and I didn't submit the time in the computer system. So it's like a series of inability to do the work. And it sounds like this was not just a one-off situation, this was multiple times. And the fact that the tenant's not here tonight really, to me, speaks a lot, because when the person shows up and tries to explain how hard they tried to get the painting done and they couldn't get it done, so they went for the compliance determination, and the only thing they said at the compliance determination was, we couldn't schedule this because the tenant was being difficult, and the hearing examiner accepts that, then I tend to believe workers and contractors who go out of their way to say, look, we really tried to do this, we couldn't do it. And so the remedy there is, if the hearing examiner approves, to affirm the compliance determination. The work hasn't been done, clearly, but the remedy is for the tenant to file another rent reduction within the rules and restart the process. But here, I'm willing to short circuit all of that and just do a remand, with or without the suggestion to look at moving the furniture and whatnot, because I'm not really sure that's within the purview, and I don't want to be advocating for a tenant who might actually have been difficult to work with and didn't want the work to be done and then didn't decide to show up tonight either. So that's just kind of where I come out.
Thank you. I want to weigh in here because I have a different opinion about this, and that is that the tenant filed for the hearing in March of 2023. We see the email exchange when the landlord first starts talking about actually doing the work doesn't come until September, 6 months after the hearing was filed for. Then from September to December, they go through all of these contractors and get all of these bids, and they drag it out for 3 months of trying just to get to a point that they can actually schedule. The only place in the entire record that was before the hearing examiner where the tenant in any way appears less than responsive, there is a 3-week delay over Christmas and New Year's when the tenant says he was out of town. So that's the only time that there's not a very quick reply from the tenant saying, I will, he's willing to provide his own paint, he's willing to meet with all these contractors, and he keeps saying, can we just get this scheduled? Can we just get this scheduled? Can we just get this scheduled? And he gave them a date, and then he was out of town for those 2 weeks, and he actually says, this is going to be a good time for me. I'm going to be out of town. I believe that was a miscommunication, is the way I read that record, is that the tenant thought they were coming in to do the work, gets back and sees, oh, they didn't have a time, so they didn't come in. And he responds and says, I was out of town. And then the landlord just kind of gives up and instead files an appeal. To me, this is different, and I wasn't here at the last hearing, but this is different than a contractor quitting. This is the tenant saying, please paint my unit for 9 months, and misses a response for 3 weeks. I believe that the moving of the furniture and the conversation around, the reason I asked the questions about moving the furniture and moving out for 2 weeks is because that's never discussed here, and I think it goes to the credibility of the tenant, showing how willing they were to work with the landlord, because they're not asking in any of the correspondence provided to the hearing examiner for any of that sort of consideration. They're willing to move their furniture. The only thing they asked is, can I move it into one of the vacant units? They're told no, and he's still moving forward with moving it all this out of the room, which he didn't have to do. He's still doing all of this. I am disappointed that the tenant didn't show up. I hope that there is a good reason. I hope that they are okay. But for me, I think that this is, hearing examiner, everyone agrees, got it right, because the heater is not in front of us, but on the painting, I think the landlord took forever to try to get this scheduled. They scheduled it, and because it didn't happen that one time, because of a miscommunication, they said, see, we tried, we're not gonna try anymore. To me, that is not the tenant being difficult. So I would not agree with staff's recommendation. I would suggest that we would reverse. And just to show, I asked the landlord during my questioning to point out where the tenant was being difficult, because I didn't read it, and I think it's really pulling at straws here to say that saying that they were out of town for 3 weeks is them not being willing to work with the landlord. So I appreciate the landlord pointing that out, but I think it's a stretch.
Can I follow up with you on one point?
Please, of course.
If you're going to consider the back and forth you had with the landlord about putting him on the spot, about where in the record there was evidence, he found some record, are you also going to consider his testimony that over the course of 6 or 7 months, every month or so, he would try to schedule the repairs and they weren't happening? Are you going to accept that testimony too?
So what I will say is that that's not in the record. It was not before the hearing examiner, and we can't consider new evidence, and that's new evidence tonight. What he was able to do is point to something that was actually in the record, which I'm giving credit that there is some reference that I didn't read that way initially, but I still think it's a stretch. So although I appreciate what the landlord said about trying every month, there's no record of that. The hearing examiner didn't have, so our question is...
So wouldn't remand be better there? So the hearing,
our question is,
instead of reversing?
Well, did the hearing examiner get it right? Would a reasonable person have come to the same conclusion with the evidence before them? So I'm looking at the evidence, not what was said tonight, but I'm looking at the evidence the hearing examiner had, only written testimony, and I'm seeing that there was one attempt that didn't work. So that's all I'm seeing in the actual record that the hearing examiner heard. So if it's true that what the landlord is saying about there being other options, I think that the solution here is for the landlord to file again tomorrow for a compliance determination with the full record to get that compliance determination, but it's not in what he provided originally to the hearing examiner.
So your suggestion would be reversal and make the landlord file a new compliance determination?
With evidence that shows what he's arguing here tonight. Yes.
I want
I
to...
don't think he's arguing that he said he didn't paint it. And so I don't understand the point in filing a new compliance determination if he knows that he didn't paint it.
If there's more If his argument is that the tenant is not being compliant and not working with them, then provide us the evidence that shows that. They haven't provided that evidence. That's why I'm suggesting reversing, because that evidence wasn't before the hearing
And how is,
examiner.
this is a genuine question, I'm not,
Yeah.
how is that different from what's recommended by staff number 4? The questions number 3 and 4.
Because I think the hearing examiner got it wrong based on the evidence that's before them. So why would we say, landlord, you didn't provide the evidence when you filed, so we're going to give you another shot to file that? The burden is on them because they did not actually, they're the ones who filed for the compliance determination. They provided a record. That record is insufficient to come to this conclusion. That's how I see it.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I just want to clarify too. So your argument.
It's Adam against the other stick. I'm just stating my opinion. You can vote the other way, but no, I'm happy to answer questions of how I've got to this.
No, I actually agree with you. I think it makes sense, what you're saying. But yeah, so you're saying that the landlord, knowingly, they filed for this compliance determination, knowing that they know they didn't paint. Their argument is that they didn't paint because the tenant didn't allow them in. And what we're seeing from the evidence is we can't reasonably tell that from the evidence.
Right, and so the question before us is, and the legal counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, is would a reasonable person with this record come to the conclusion that the tenant had not been complying, had not been working with them?
Yeah, and I want to, it's a important distinction legally.
Please.
We're splitting hairs, but it's an important splitting of the hairs and Adam, if I put any, Chair, if I put any words in your mouth, but what the Chair, I believe, is, his position on this is that the hearing examiner is incorrect, he is wrong, and that there is not substantial in the record that the landlord has done what he needed to do to get his rent restored on the paint issue. The other option is a different legal standard, which is what staff is recommending, and that is that there is not anything in the record to make the determination that the hearing examiner did. There's just nothing. And so our recommendation is to remand, and some of the commissioners make a good point. It might end up kind of in the same zone of the result, but one is saying that the landlord, the hearing examiner is wrong. The other is saying there's just not enough, we want you to take another stab at it. And those are two kind of different.
Going forward, I'm just going to have our legal counsel put my words into better phrases than I can. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chair, if I may, first I want to kind of my response to the Vice Chair's comments. So by suggesting that the examiner will look into, if it goes back to the examiner, looking into the question who will be responsible to move the furniture, it's not taking the tenant's side. It's because there is a legit question, there is an argument here whether this tenant should do it or it's the landlord's responsibility, and we don't know that. So, and I wanted to explore that that's the reason why I basically said we should not take any sides and we'll just let's say what the examiner is going to say about that, because I don't know if there is a state law requirement or Muni Code requirement for this type of work.
My thing was the chair had brought that up. The tenant and the landlords never even brought that up.
Right, but no, I see the email that the landlord mentioned, referenced in the testimony of dated November 15th. That's where there's a discussion about relocating the furniture and the personal belongings, either centered in your unit or removed completely. So that's that's the reason why.
I agree the subject matter was addressed, but who
Right.
was going to do what wasn't really an issue between them.
That should be something that the examiner may make a determination, and it seems like the legal counsel, agreed that it's something that the examiner could make a determination on that, and direct the parties what to do and how to resolve this issue. So, but that's on the side. So, what I want to say is, your things that you said, Chair, I would agree with them, the analysis, but my position is why I believe this is a remand issue, because this way we will allow the record to be open, and that's the parties to submit whatever they have, the tenant or the landlord. The landlord may provide something else saying that, hey, here it is, a specific date and time I scheduled. I gave a 24-hour notice to enter the unit, and the tenant denied the entry. So that would be a specific day and time when the landlord set the time to go in. Here we have this communication, and the tenant, it seems to me, reasonable. I don't believe the tenant was difficult. I mean, all I see in these emails is discussion, quote 1, quote 2. This is the crew who's going to do the work, and when they're going to. This is a simple painting to me, and I could argue that it would be easy to set a time and date, and give a 24-hour notice and say, hey, this is the time we're going to enter the unit, move your furniture, and see what happens. I don't see it here, quite frankly. There's only one date that is referenced, and it's not very specific. It says, please coordinate with them and confirm the date you provided of December 6, 2023. I believe is this a tenant provided that date, December 6, 2023? I think that's the only time that I see the specific date is mentioned, but there is no time there. The December 6th, but between what hours? Was there a 24-hour notice? Because that's the requirement under the law, to give a 24-hour notice before you can enter the unit. So I don't know if this represents a 24-hour notice. These are the questions that we cannot answer here, and by deciding, if we're not going to, again, obviously the commissioner is free to vote the way they want. But if we're not going to remand, all these questions will be hanging there. So what I see here is there is insufficient or inconclusive evidence for us to say that the examiner erred in their findings. So that's what I see here, and that's why I believe that remanding this case is the proper way to address all these questions. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I want to get everyone else in here, but I will just say, the only reason I'm asking about the furniture is even different than you, Commissioner Topchin. It was to speak to the tenant being amenable to work with the landlord. That was the reason I asked that question, I think that it speaks to the tenant's willingness to work with the landlord. And let me be clear, I think the wrong answer here is to affirm the hearing examiner's decision. I'm not sensing anyone here who would reverse, who would have that position. I believe that a remand is a good solution. I look at this just very black and white of, did the hearing examiner get it right or not based on the evidence before the hearing examiner? And I don't think they did, which I don't think then warrants a remand. But I've made my point, and I'm happy to hear any colleagues who want to speak up at this point. It's really hard sitting in the center and having to look both ways, but speak up.
I want to point out that in the record, it reflects that the landlord is more than willing to issue a 24-hour written notice that they are entering the premises to do work vis-a-vis the plumbing. But for some reason, that was not done for the painting. And absent their ability to schedule a date and time, and we're talking about a 2-week window. We're not talking about we're changing a doorknob. A date could have been issued, and I don't see anywhere where the tenant, I haven't read the entirety of the comms, but I haven't seen anywhere where the tenant says, no, you cannot come in on this day. So with that in mind, I'm inclined to agree with Adam that a remand is probably the wrong move. The chair, apologies.
So I haven't come to a conclusion yet, but I just want to kind of bring us back to, so I didn't understand where the hearing examiner came up with his conclusion until I listened to the landlord. So this is not, remember, the landlord went to the city for help. He exchanged emails. He's like, I'm not getting anywhere. What do I do? City, what do I do? So he goes to the city and says, what do I do in this situation? And the response he got was file a determination hearing. That's what he did. It's not like he's saying he painted the place. This was the advice that I could see him being given over the counter, which does make sense, but I think there could have been other options given to him, possibly conflict management, possibly if he wanted to be more aggressive to do the notice to enter the apartment. But it sounds like he was given the direction that he should file a compliance determination. That does help him on the heater issue. It puts us in this situation on the painting issue. I don't think that either side, having just gone through this with my landlord, I don't think that either side is at fault here. I think that the tenant's busy, and the landlord wants to do the painting. It's a unique, it's not just a standard unit, like anyone would come and paint my unit, no problem, they can do it in a day. This one, it sounds like it was gonna take a while. It's older apartment. It sounds like he had expensive furniture that the company that was hired didn't feel comfortable handling. Sounds like he has a lot of furniture in there. I too have a lot of stuff in my apartment that I don't need. It's not convenient to have painters come in, but he asked for it, the tenant. The landlord's responsible for doing it. They're both trying to meet somewhere, and it's just not happening. Clearly, the paint wasn't done, so there should not be a reinstatement of the rent reduction. But at the same time, like, life is life. I just see this as a normal process. Do we have, this is a question for legal counsel, do we have the authority to, if we chose to, like, from the date that, I'm just going to throw this out there for now, not advocating for this, but if we said, the date the tenant, or let's say the date the landlord started interacting, according to the record, with the tenant about when to go into the apartment, and they started the negotiation process of painting the apartment, does this commission or even the hearing examiner have the authority to stop the date there, that no longer do either side have an advantage of not painting or painting the apartment from that point on, where the tenant would still have all the reduction prior to that point, but when the negotiation started, and as so long as it stays amicable like this, could the commission use that date as the cutoff date? Or is that, I know that's complicated, but do we even have that authority?
I don't totally understand your question, but regardless, no, the commission doesn't have that type of authority.
The answer is always no. Because that's how I see this. I mean, I think that if we approve the appeal, that means this process could start all over again, and I don't see it changing anyway, because if the tenant, I don't believe the tenant has any ill will, but if the tenant does happen to have ill will, he will continue that. If the landlord, I don't think the landlord's being difficult. I think the landlord's trying to work with them. I guess he could take the more aggressive route and just say, I'm going to be in there in this date and this time, and then have to pay more probably for insurance to cover any damages that may have occurred during the job. So I guess we could do it the mean way and do that, but I think we should send it back to the hearing examiner for this reason. It will give the two parties the opportunity to hopefully meet face to face and kind of work out some of these deals and understand each other's situation, because this is not a conflict. This is just life, I think. So I don't know where I come down on it, if I'm persuadable.
Commissioner McCafferty, Goldman.
If I might, I think that
Commissioner Pearce.
Sorry. I think that what the chair's point is that if we remand, we're just perpetuating this cycle, right? Like the same set of evidence is going to get reviewed, leading to possibly the same decision from the hearing examiner, possibly leading to another appeal that leads it back to here in roughly the same shape, except 40 pages longer. The option to overturn would be a way for the landlord and the tenant to bring in the added evidence that would be able to move us forward at an appropriate time pending a further decision from the hearing examiner. And then
Commissioner McCafferty, can you use your microphone?
I think it was the opposite, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if we remand, that would be looking at, like, going back, looking at it in a more efficient way as to if we didn't remand and just rejected, then that would be starting the process over and being more, adding more length and process. So I think it was flipped.
Chair, could I clarify the legal
Of course, please.
remand? So,
And then I'll say what I was actually trying to get to.
so a remand, you can make recommendations to the hearing examiner, but they are their own body, and so there's a little bit of separation of powers there. However, when you remand, they can they open the record up again, so the parties can submit new evidence. It's a second bite of the apple. And you can make recommendations to not just do it on the papers, which just means review submitted items. They can hold a hearing, or they can have a city inspector go out to the site. So those are all powers that are held by the hearing examiner. It's up to them to determine which of those they want to use, but that's how a remand works. You're welcome.
I would like to say that my point in denying, approving the appeal and reversing the hearing examiner when it comes to the paint is that I look at the record and I don't see how you could get to that conclusion. So for me, it's just a straightforward question. I don't think it's ambiguous in the record as to, well, maybe the tenant was difficult. There is no evidence that says the tenant was difficult. The only evidence we heard to that point was here tonight. The hearing examiner didn't have that. So how could they have come to a conclusion that the tenant was being difficult when the record shows that it took the landlord 9 months? Now, let me be clear. Listening to Mr. Ramirez tonight and reading this packet, we see some bad landlords. I've called them out before up here. That's not what we see here. We see a landlord who seems to be very interested in making things right by the tenant. I think that, we cannot control what happens once we make a vote tonight, but what I think should happen is that the tenant and the landlord get on the phone and say, let's just schedule this. Or if they need a written record, do it by email, but just get on the phone, text, whatever you need to do, and just schedule the painting. That's the solution, regardless of how we vote tonight. But for me, it doesn't come down to what happens next. For me, it comes down to, did the hearing examiner have anything in the record that could lead them to the conclusion that the tenant was being difficult? And the answer is no, for me.
Commissioner Goldman, where are you?
I've been kind of back and forth on this, but now I'm also looking at like page 16, and I'm wondering, did the hearing examiner believe that there was substantial compliance? Because it doesn't seem like the landlord was arguing that, but then when we look at these photos, it seems like the hearing examiner saw the photos and said, oh, well, there was substantial compliance, which was confusing just because that wasn't what was argued. And also the photos to me don't show substantial compliance. The landlord is not saying that they did do the painting. So the hearing examiner's decision, and it's very confusing to me. And so then I'm wondering if we remand it, do we end up in the same weird place? Which is why I'm kind of going back and forth to whether to remand or to agree with the chair on his position.
To that point, same page, the hearing examiner says email correspondence and invoices, and there's no invoice in the record. So they're even referencing things that are not part of the record. So I think the hearing examiner just messed up on this one.
Commissioner McCaffrey, are you a remand or are you a reversal?
Remand.
Okay. And
think-
I'm a remand, you're a remand, and it sounds like Commissioner Kerpes, you're a remand.
I'm going to go with remand.
Okay.
We've all spoken. Does anyone want to make a motion? We can count the votes already, so we know where this is going.
If you want to do a symbolic one, like, I'm totally fine with that. Otherwise,
I see no purpose in.
Mr.
We
Chair,
need to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, before we make a motion, is there anything in the remand directions that you would like better or like improved upon, or because the reason I'm supporting remand is because I want it to go back to a hearing examiner who's probably going to read the records and go, what did I do in that last case? Because it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, I'll point out to you all as well, something I mentioned to staff earlier today, that the compliance determination is actually signed by somebody other than the person who did that, which I'm told is fairly normal, happens from time to time, but the compliance determination is signed by a staff member at City Hall and not the actual hearing examiner. So I just don't think that this compliance determination, I think it just didn't meet the. I like the instruction that staff has recommended for remand. I think that would be the right instruction if it was remanded. So, but I just don't think I can't. For me, I can't come to a place that I think the hearing examiner made a reasonable decision. That's really what it comes down to. There is not enough evidence, and there are enough mistakes within the compliance determination that tells me that they just messed up here.
So is there another situation where I guess we oftentimes remand and sometimes we just say no, it was wrong. So in the past, have you used some sort of, I don't want to say standard, but like, how are you deciding when is it good to deny and when is good to remand? So I look at remand as like, get more information. You didn't get enough information, get more information on these questions.
For me, remand is when it's confusing, when there is not, when a reasonable person probably could have come down on either side of it, is more of a situation. But this one, I don't see how there's an argument on either side. I just see that I see that the record that the landlord submitted showed that the tenant was trying. So, and the tenant says they didn't paint. It doesn't make any argument either other way. So there's no argument there is no argument in the record besides the appeal application itself that says the tenant was being difficult. So there was no evidence to that fact. So I don't know how the hearing examiner could have come to that conclusion.
For what it's worth, trying to over-explain here, but by saying the answer is unclear to me. When I first read this, I did read it as the tenant, not like there's no proof that they even tried to schedule it. They asked for the handyman's number a couple of times, but never said, like, thanks for the number, I've scheduled it. Like, it's unclear to me if they tried to schedule it or not on either side. And so that's why it's unclear to me, and that's why I'm going to remand it.
Though, Commissioner Kerpes, I do appreciate you asking.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Please.
So it seems like this is the time to make a motion, but I wanted to clarify maybe if the commissioners I'd like to make a motion, but I want to know what's the commission's position or commissioner's position on that issue that I recommended. If the commission is not in agreement, so I will just make a motion as is, or regarding the directing the examiner or requesting the examiner to look into the whose responsibility to move the furniture and belongings, to clarify on that or to direct or make a decision on that. I thought to amend this, to amend the staff recommendation with that request to the examiner. But if I don't see, if I wouldn't have a support of the commission, so I would just make a motion as is.
May I suggest, Commissioners, Kirby's question into what you just raised. And I think I'm going to try to thread the needle with the vice chair. Let's see if maybe I can do this, right? I don't think we should be directing the hearing examiner specifically, I agree with the vice chair, on the furniture. But I believe that we should ask the hearing examiner to consider, when they're considering if the tenant has been, help me out with language here, but when we're asking the hearing examiner to consider if the tenant has been unreasonable in compliance, that they need to consider the gravity of having to move all of their furniture themselves, work on language here, and being out of their unit for 2 weeks as part of that. Because again, going back to it's not just changing a doorknob, that's a big ask of a tenant to be out of their unit for 2 weeks. So I think this gets to the point you're trying to make, Commissioner Topchin, of moving the furniture. It's not asking them to solve that problem, but just to consider that as part of, has the tenant been unreasonable?
But that will become more of a mediating between the tenant and the landlord. The examiner's job is not to do that. The examiner's job is to make a straightforward decision on that. So we can't really expect that the examiner will try to work things out or mediate something.
No,
between
I'm not asking them.
That sounds like, yeah.
I'm not asking them to solve that problem. But if it comes down to the landlord says they told me no once, that's a very different situation if it's a changing a doorknob. Hey, you can't come in this day, versus being gone for 2 weeks and having to move all that furniture, them saying, hey, can we look at a different week than this week because my mother-in-law is coming to town. Like, I don't know what their circumstances are. That's a bigger ask. So I'm wondering if there's a way they could just kind of look at that as a whole. It's not just a simple ask.
My thing is
your
excuse me,
language.
Vice Chair.
You
sorry.
should propose your language. Of
Right.
what it is.
Yeah. My thing, I just want to clarify that specifically whose responsibility under the ordinance or maybe the state law to move the furniture when the landlord has to do the painting in the unit, because the question was specifically asked in the email. I mean, addressed in the email.
And I would support that recommendation.
That's all I want to know. Is there's a legal ground? Is there's a legal requirement for the landlord to meet? If that's under the law, the landlord is required, so then the question is solved. So the landlord has to move the furniture. But if the law doesn't say anything about it, then obviously the examiner is not going to rule on that. So that's the only thing that kind of hanging there for me personally. I don't know if the commissioner agrees with that.
I agree with that, with adding that determination to the list.
Yeah. Understand what we're talking about right now. So you're wanting
Going
to
there
add
again.
in to make the hearing examiner tell the.
Section 4, letter B, on remand, there's 3 issues. He wants to add a 4th to
Well,
the
there's-
words that he just mentioned, about asking about, is there a legal requirement regarding moving of the furniture?
So you want the hearing examiner to give information to the.
He wants the hearing examiner to examine whether there's a legal requirement for moving the furniture. Would that be
But
your?
what would that do?
Yes, and if that, because I saw in the email which the landlord specifically mentioned that there is an email where the date was set, December
yeah.
6th, but the tenant had to move the furniture. So, and the reason why the tenant is cannot really come up with a date and specific time, because moving the furniture and moving for 2 weeks out of the unit and moving the furniture, that's a problem because there was a back and forth communication about that. So now I want to know if that was the issue, why they couldn't come up with a date and the time. It seems like that was the reason, because moving the entire furniture in the unit, that was kind of holding the whole thing to move forward with the painting.
For sure.
So that's why I want to know if the examiner can say the legal responsibility to move the furniture is on the tenant or the landlord, or you guys negotiate, or this is what I recommend. So that's what I want to see.
Why don't we direct
Yeah.
staff to tell the two parties to what the law is on that?
'Cause
Why
I-
does it matter if the hearing examiner? Because
I'll go so far as to say we've already gotten an answer from our legal counsel on both of the questions about moving out as well as the furniture tonight. In big picture, not specifics, but big picture what the law is around that.
then we don't need to add it, right?
And the landlord's hearing this right now, that the landlord has a responsibility to move the furniture within reason. I don't think the code is clear as to what that is. And if you ask a tenant to move out for a period of time, you pay their lodging and you pay for their per diem if there's not a kitchen unit. And if they have pets, you have to pay a pet fee. We've discussed that when we raised those fees recently.
And it could be also a reasonable accommodation when the record is open and when they go before the examiner, there could be some reasonable accommodation. And who knows, the tenant may claim and said that, I'm a disabled person, I cannot move the furniture. So who knows? So
I just don't understand the role of the hearing examiner in your
Okay.
position. I mean, I agree, they should know this.
So I want to keep the meeting moving, too late, but I hear that there is a motion for the staff. There's a general support for staff's recommendation. Is there anyone willing to make a motion to that effect?
I was volunteering
Okay.
before this discussion, Chair, if I may.
Please.
To adopt a resolution, the RSC 25-664, remanding the compliance determination decision in this matter, and with the recommendation for the examiner to look into the issue on whose responsibility is to move the furniture. And I'm sure the legal counsel will find the correct way how to put that together.
Can we make clear that the facts say that there has been no paintings, we can eliminate number 1?
They all agreed to that tonight.
So that there's no question over whether the paint has been done or not, you can just skip right past that. Okay.
So we're clear,
So there's a motion on the floor and there is no second. Will that be seconded by anybody?
I'll second it.
Okay, now let's have some conversation.
Are we striking B1? Is that part of the
yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. If we're striking B1 and adding,
Commissioner Topshin, we're striking 1 but adding another new number 3?
I think there's a little bit of overcomplicating this. If there's votes to remand, we should just remand as is, and if Commissioner Topshin wants to propose that 4th recommendation, I think that's the motion.
I made the motion, and that includes I think that includes everything under B.
Okay, so the motion that's been moved and seconded
yeah.
is everything on B with an additional number 4. Does legal counsel have language comfortable at this point in time on that?
Yes, I do. So we have a motion and a second. However,
Yes.
before I want to make sure that there's support for the 4th bullet point there before we move forward. So if you can do a straw poll on Commissioner Topshin's idea.
Support.
Can you read it? I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's where I was trying to go with that.
The 4th potential bullet point that I've drafted is evaluate the rent stabilization ordinance and regulations requirements regarding moving furniture and accommodations as part of the painting process and whether such requirements are applicable to the compliance determination.
Any objections to that language, particularly Commissioner Topshin?
It just sounds so perfect. You made it sound so perfect.
Oh, thank you.
You did this to me earlier, made me sound smarter than I am. Seeing no further discussion, let's ask the secretary to call roll on this motion.
Commissioner Goldman,
Aye.
Commissioner Groupies,
No.
Commissioner McCafferty,
Aye.
Commissioner Paris,
aye.
Commissioner Topchin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Rory,
Aye.
Chair Bass.
No. This motion passes, and I have language I'm supposed to read here. Let's see. It says, if the parties have any further questions, you can reach the Rent Stabilization Division at 323-848-6450 by email at rsd@weho.org, or you may request an in-person appointment online at weho.org under the services menu. For the parties who joined us in Zoom, you will now be placed back into the waiting room. If you would like to watch the rest of the meeting, you may find your options to do so at weho.org/WehoTV. And I'll say to my colleagues, as now that we voted on this, if this were like this, the courts where you could write concurring opinions or dissenting opinions, I would agree in where this got us. I just couldn't get there with the facts. So thank you all for kind of laboring through that difficult one. Would my colleagues like a short break at this point in time? Or should we power through? I'm seeing yes. So is 5 minutes sufficient? Yes. Let's do that. Thank you. much, and I'm responsible for it being more than 5 minutes, so I'll take responsibility for that. We'll move on, though, to our next appeal. Get to my notes here. That is appeal number D4920, 1021 Edinburgh Avenue, Edinburgh Avenue number 6. May we have a staff report?
You may. Hello again, everyone. This is Kellen Martz, the legal counsel to the Rent Stabilization Commission. As the chair noted, this is D-4920, 1021 Edinburgh Avenue, unit number 6. And this is not a compliance determination case. In this matter, the appeal is filed by the tenant. Originally, the tenant filed an application requesting a maximum allowable rent, or MAR, determination, stating that a 90-day notice to increase the rent served by his landlord was invalid. The tenant claimed that he had occupancy rights that allowed him to continue paying the pre-existing rent for his unit of $800. Hearings took place over 2 days in the summer of 2024. The tenant and the landlord testified, as well as the original tenant in the unit, Ms. Hernandez, who is the ex-wife of the tenant. A hearing examiner issued a decision in September of 2024. That decision upheld the MAR determination that allowed the landlord to set a new MAR of $2,200 effective September 1st, 2024. The tenant filed the appeal that is before you today, claiming that the original decision was in error and contrary to the RSO or state law. This case is under state law, the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act, as well as the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. The central issue is whether the tenant is entitled to tenancy rights under the RSO and state law, which would impact the MAR determination. The tenant has made several arguments, including that the lease relied upon by the hearing examiner should not be considered because it was only temporary. Second, that he and his ex-wife had a verbal agreement with the prior owner that granted him tenancy rights. The tenant also states that he was denied the opportunity to present witnesses to support his claims, and that the rent increase is unfair due to the poor condition of the unit. In this matter, staff agrees with the hearing examiner's decision and recommends affirming that decision, that there is substantial evidence in the record to find that the landlord is allowed to set a new MAR. I want to note one thing here, that there is language of rent protections, and this is only whether the tenant's rent can be raised. And so it doesn't have to do anything with eviction protections or anything like that. And so this case comes down to the definition of an original occupant. The Costa-Hawkins Act allows the rent to be raised once the original occupant is no longer residing in that property. And that terminology is defined through case law. There's 2 cases that are supplied to you in your staff report. But here, the original tenant was the tenant's ex-wife. She was the sole tenant on the lease. The tenant in question moved into the unit later on, after the lease had been signed and Ms. Hernandez had been living in the property for several years. Ms. Hernandez testified that there was no verbal agreements in this case, and that she had never informed the landlord of the tenant's occupancy in the property. The hearing examiner found that the tenant's claim lacked corroborating evidence. It was contradicted by Ms. Hernandez in her testimony. And the hearing examiner found that he was not an original occupant, and that the landlord may establish a new rent amount. And so in this matter, staff recommends affirming the hearing examiner's decision, and that concludes our report.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for staff at this moment? Commissioner Kerpes.
I do. One more question. I'm sorry I asked my previous questions to you earlier about the legal issues, but I do have one more. Does this, or how does the law that prevents older buildings, the 15 years or older, maximum increase of rent of 10%, or I think 10% is the maximum, but the CPI plus 5% versus 10% being the maximum, how does that law apply here or at all, or does it?
It does not. So in this case, that applies to leases that are continuing on. In this case, there's no longer a lease. So it is in essence a new lease and a new occupancy. And so the Costa-Hawkins Act allows upon a vacancy for a new rental rate to be set regardless of whatever it was prior. And so even though he's continuing to live there, it is a new lease because the original occupant has left the unit.
Additional questions for staff? Commissioner Topsfield.
Mr. Martz, in your staff report, so you mentioned something about the tenant, that the owner, can you clarify? The owner, you mentioned something, the owner didn't know about the presence of the tenant in the unit?
Yes, that was the testimony from the ex-wife, that she had never informed the landlord that the tenant was living in that unit.
Okay. Even after, because okay, let me read this statement again. Thank you.
Any additional questions? I have one for our secretary, and that is just about the flow of this meeting, because it's so rare we get public comment. And I know that we had it was September, October of last year, so it's been a while for me. Who speaks first? The public comments is what I believe, or is it the arguments first? Because my recollection is that we said public comment, or arguments and then public comment, and reversed ourselves last time.
I believe it's argument and then public comment.
Okay. I'm more than happy to go that way. So just wanted to be sure, because my recollection was different, so thank you. I'm going to mention the instructions again because we just didn't do it in the last hearing, and that is that the appellant, in this case it's the tenant, will speak first. You have 5 minutes to speak. We ask that you start with your name, your city of residence, and then please tell us how you'd like to divide your time so the secretary can keep time. You have 5 minutes total. You can use it all up front, then you wouldn't have a rebuttal. You can divide it in half, 4 and 1. It's up to you, but you have 5 minutes to divide however you would like, and you can proceed.
Mr. Chair,
now.
point of order.
I'm sorry, I have a commissioner with a question.
Yeah, I have a question. So we just had a conversation about the process. I question that process is because in any other hearings, normally the person appealing would have their rebuttal, and that's usually, at least in planning, I believe, always after the public comment. Is that not right?
That feels correct to me too. In the public comment, the two parties should have an opportunity to respond to that comment. So I feel more comfortable with the public comment going first, but I want to follow the correct procedures. So if staff's telling us we can do it that way, I feel better that way, and I'm
Is that
vice
still
chair.
fair,
Okay.
legal counsel?
Can be moved.
Okay. I just know we have strict bylaws, so I want to follow them, but I don't have them in front of me. So to the tenant, I'm sorry that I just called on you, but we're going to ask the public comment to go first. And our secretary is keeping track of who has signed up, so I'm going to have her call them, and then we'll turn it back over to me when it's time for the appellant.
We have Terry Bolo speaking.
Terry, you can proceed please just state your name and city of residence. And
Well, Terry Bolo, West Hollywood. I don't know what you want to know from me. I'm a witness, I'm a neighbor. I've lived in this building for over 40 years, and we've never had any kind of a lease. Have you seen what they're calling a lease? It's always been verbal. For 40 years, I've had a verbal with the previous landlord and the current landlord. And Andres has lived next door to me for 9 years. 8 of those years he was married. He was the spouse of Sandy Hernandez. Now, I don't understand why that wouldn't hold some weight that they were married living in the same unit. And you need to check out what this lease looks like. I don't know what else you want to know. Anybody have any questions? I want to know what Andres has to say.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. Unfortunately, the rules don't allow us to go back and forth except with the appellants. But we do appreciate your time, and I want to note that I saw you sign on when we started this meeting, so you've been with us for almost 2 hours, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Do we have any more public comment?
There's no more public comment.
Then we will go to the appellant, and that's Santaniello, I believe. And if you can introduce yourself and your city of residence and tell us how you would like to divide your time.
Good evening. My name is Andres Santaniello. I live at 1021 North Edinburgh Avenue, unit number 6, West Hollywood. Yeah, I've been living here. I moved here with my ex-wife.
Could you just tell us how you would like to divide your time so we can keep record?
I can use 2.5 minutes now, and then I can continue with the 2.5 minutes.
Our secretary will let you know when you hit 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, I've been living here for pretty much 9 years. My first year I was traveling. I was working overseas, but I got married with my ex-wife, and we moved together here. And regarding, I know you mentioned the lease, and the supposed lease you guys have, I don't know where it's coming from, because we never had a lease in this unit. No one in this building had a lease before. And the lease presented in the first hearing, I don't know where it's coming from, and it's even wrong. It says it's another unit. We're gonna move here temporary, and then we're gonna move to Sandy's gonna move on to the unit number 3 when it's repaired, which never happened. And then we talked to Sonia, the previous landlord, and she let us stay here, and we had a verbal agreement with her. And I lived way before this new landlord got this building, and also I don't know. The building have been. I never had my floors, my paint, anything repaired in the last 9 years. I have mold, I have termites, and I don't think it's fair. He wants to charge, triple the amount I'm paying right now. And I don't think it's permitted by law, because he sent me a notice to pay $2,200, and I don't think it's right. And I have my neighbors as witnesses. They see me here for the last 9 years. And I've been in all the hearings with the city, even before I was divorced. Even when I was living with my ex-wife here, when he took over the building and we had other hearings with the city, I was the one attending to those hearings, and it's all public record. It's everything on those paperwork at the city. So yeah, that's what I have for now, and then I can continue.
Thank you very much. We will now go, you'll have an opportunity to provide rebuttal after the landlord speaks, but we will move to that point at this. Same thing, Mr. Megdal, I believe. If you could introduce yourselves.
Where's Lorraine?
City of residence. We have no more public comment.
Yeah, I have another witness. She's in the waiting room. Her name is Lorraine.
One moment, please.
Sure.
Mr. Megdal, I'm
Yes.
going to ask you to sit down. I just want to give you the opportunity to respond to everybody else, the same as I'm
appreciate-
giving the tenant. So I'm going to take the public comment. It's a little bit out of order here, but I think that's the best approach.
Totally cool.
Any
I
objections from the
appreciate that,
commission on, we missed a public comment, inserting that now, so everyone has the same opportunity to respond?
No objection, but Chair, if I could ask a question before the landlord testifies.
Oh, please, yes.
After the comment. Thank you.
Oh, after the public comment. Of the tenant?
The question to the tenant, Mr. Santinello.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to hear the Lorraine, I don't have a last name, Trust, I believe. No, I'm sorry, doesn't matter. You can introduce yourself when you get there, but we will go to that public comment, and then we'll come back to Mr. Topchin to ask a question of the tenant, and then we will go to the landlord. Sorry, a little bit out of order here, but let's go ahead with the public comment. Same thing in the city of residence and your name, and then you'll have your time.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Popularski. I live in Unit 8. Terry lives in Unit number 7, and Andres lives in Unit number 6. We've all been tenants way before Taylor Magdal bought this building. He's been trying to kick everybody out because we're all rent controlled since he acquired the building. What he has presented as a lease is a forged document. He coerced Sandy Hernandez to file restraining orders against Andre, all to try to get him to move out. He is on all of the city hearing documentation you'll find over the past 2 years. We've been in and out of hearings with this landlord trying to raise rent on everybody. Some of you were part of that hearing, and maybe will remember Mr. Magdal. But if you take into account what was based on a decision to make this decision to raise the rent, we're all in a lot of trouble because this was a fabricated piece of paper that this examiner used to determine as a lease. We don't have leases. Nobody has a lease. But in all the city documentation, you'll see Andres listed as a tenant. Taylor knew he was a tenant. There is email correspondence for several years since he has been living in the building for 8 years between Mr. Magdal and Andre that prove that he knew he was there, she knew he was there. And you know, it's really sad that we're all having to go through this. But that's pretty much, I wish you could see what the examiner is basing his decision on, because it's not even a legal document.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being here. Now we will move back to Commissioner Topchin had a question for the tenant.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. Santinello.
Good evening.
One of the questions that I have, you at the hearing you said that there was a verbal agreement with the previous owner. Who was the previous owner?
Who was?
Who was the previous owner?
Mrs. Sonia Rivelli.
Okay, so that verbal agreement that you had, there was a verbal agreement, no any documentation of any kind from the prior owner?
No,
nothing?
We had a conversation, even over the phone, because she was not even living here. She was an old lady.
Okay.
And
all right, you answered. The next question. So there are text messages that submitted into evidence. So I see the date October 26, but I don't know the year. What's the year of this text messaging?
Between me and the landlord?
I think this is you addressing Taylor. Taylor, I believe Taylor Magdal, the property owner.
Okay. Yeah, I reached out to Taylor a couple of times because I have been,
Right. No, my question is, do you remember the year? Because I see the date of on the copy of the messages that we have the print here in the packet, but it's actually, I can give you the page 143, and goes through 145. So these are dated, there are the dates, month and the date, February 23rd, October 26th, but I wonder what's the year?
Okay.
If you recall, if you can take a look and let me know.
I had several emails with him. I gotta look, but if it's...
Well, actually, I'm sorry, this is an email, probably email. I misspoke. This is not a text messaging, this is an email.
It's an email? Okay. I believe, let me check here.
I wonder what is the year.
Let me check. Because I sent a couple of emails last year regarding an electrical problem.
Yeah, it's
but
electrical
I had
problem.
also a plumbing issue, and I gotta find out what email is.
Okay, one of those that it says, I'm having same electrical problem. Hi, Taylor. I'm having same electrical problem I had last time in the bedroom. Can you please send the same electrician? And also, they didn't fix the drywall last time they opened it, so on. So this is probably from the last year. That's what you're saying? The best guess?
You see, yeah, it was July 24, 2024, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. At this point, I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner McCafferty.
I have a question for Andres. So when you moved into the apartment originally, did you and Sandy move in together, or it was Sandy was living there and you moved into her apartment?
No, we moved in together, but I was doing my citizenship, my green card. So I was traveling back and forth, overseas, because I was working overseas. And then I moved in, I brought all my stuff and I'm moving with, I was already moving in with her because we talked to the landlord that was the plan. So that's why we had a verbal agreement with Sonia. But yeah, we moved together here.
Okay, and when, do you know the date in which you moved into this apartment?
When I fully moved was 2016, I believe, yeah, 2016.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of the tenant at this time?
I don't know if it would be a stretch, but probably not. I reserved it.
Okay. Then we will move on to the landlord this time. Thank you. We will come back to the tenant after the landlord's testimony for your rebuttal. So we'll go to landlord, and again, please state your name, city of residence, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can I actually request that I have 2.5 minutes now, and then I guess it says Andres will have 2.5 minutes. Can I have 2.5 to rebut that?
Our rules are that the appellant, whoever that person is, has the opportunity to divide their time, but the other party does not.
Does not.
So you will have 5 minutes.
So I have 5 minutes, and
Yes.
might as well talk for the whole 5 because that's
Take as
what
much
I
of it
got.
as you would
All
like.
right,
We will
you
start
got
now,
it.
though.
T minus 5 minutes. Okay, perfect. So
Your
listen,
name and city of residence to
pardon
start.
me. My name is Taylor Magdahl, and my city of residence is Los Angeles, although I'm like a half a block away from West Hollywood. So I do consider this my hometown. Look, this case, it sounds, like, I am definitely not popular amongst Terry and Lorraine. I think we're here for the NOI hearing, which was adversarial, and, I tried to use the legal mechanisms to increase the rent. Unfortunately, we didn't get that much, but we got some, so that was helpful. So when they say they've been fighting with me, it, is somewhat true. It has been adversarial because we had an NOI hearing, but you'll see in the records, we did prevail, so we did show that, an adjustment was justified. So it's not like, we're these big bad landlords. But I understand them coming to speak disparagingly about me because I wouldn't want my rent, I suppose, increased as well. But in this particular case, they have absolutely zero pertinent evidence to provide, so it's strange that they would come and testify. This is a case, about the facts. Sandy, which was our tenant, Hernandez, moved into this building many years preceding actually the June 2015 lease that we see. She was in a different unit she, it looked like, was in Unit 3 for many years. So that would be, let's say, 2014, 2013. So she was a resident, long
That is
before.
not true.
We'll stop your time for just a moment while we get Zoom under control here. And I would remind anybody who is not recognized by the chair is out of order if they're speaking, and we will, we appreciate your comments, but there is a time and place. Thank you. We'll turn back to the landlord now.
Thank you. And so it sounds like, she was in unit number 3 at first. We purchased the building with, the tenants are testifying, not much recordation, because the old landlord, Sonia, was in her 80s. It had fallen into a trusteeship with the city taking ownership and then implementing fixes. We ended up buying it at an auction with not that many due diligence documents. One of the rare due diligence documents was this one-page lease that we got from the trustee. So we authenticated this document to the hearing examiner. We didn't make this document up. If we had, we would have made a lot larger lease than one page, for one. And for two, this document preceded my ownership. So it's absurd to call it a fraud. But either way, he moved in after she signed a lease, and he was not the original occupant. There's an exception if she, as the tenant, notified the landlord that she wanted to add him to the lease. Her affidavit specifically says she didn't want to do that because she wanted to keep this separate in case anything happened with their marriage. I don't blame her. She had this sweetheart deal with the prior tenant. She marries this fellow. He moves in with her. A couple years after she's moved into this unit, he's fudging his times. She says 2018 is when he officially moved in here. This lease is from 2015. Apparently they got married sometime in 2016, but he was a couple years from moving actually to the unit. So a long story short, he's legally not entitled to, but the bigger issue here is the human story, because how this actually unfolded was Sandy wanted to keep this unit. The rightful tenant of this unit, Sandy, wanted to keep this unit exactly how she intended. She wanted it separate property. God forbid this situation arose. Sure enough, it did. She's in her unit trying to get him to leave. It's her unit. She had it before they got married. She wanted it after they got married. He squatted with her. She tried to get a restraining order against him to try to effectuate the fact that she could have her unit back, the unit she was legally entitled to. Unfortunately, the judge said, oh, it's a landlord-tenant issue, so couldn't grant the restraining order. I reached out to staff at the city. I said, what do I do? I'm in fear for her. He's a lot bigger than she is. He's menacing her, according to her telling me. So I'm between a rock and a hard place.
Mr. McDowell, that's your time.
Yeah, I mean, and then what ends up happening is then he's supposed to stick around by bullying
Sir,
her
just please
and get
finish.
a low below market rent. It's horribly upsetting.
Thank you. Your 5 minutes have expired. We will turn to the commission now to see if the commission has questions, and we just ask that you keep, if you could stay at the podium. A couple of commissioners have questions. Just keep your answers directly to their questions.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Mr. McDowell. A question. First, when did you acquire the property when you became the owner? You mentioned that.
Yes, so I became the owner of this property in 2019, December.
2019,
Yeah,
December.
so almost
Okay.
like 5 years ago.
And in 2019,
Yes.
Sandy Hernandez, Ms. Hernandez, she was in Unit 6?
Yes,
Okay.
Commissioner.
All right. So that's one question. The next question is I see that you clearly that you want to raise the rent, right? And you gave the 90-day notice of rent increase. I just had it before me and I lost it. Right here. So the 90-day notice is dated May 16, 2024, right? Raising the rent to $2,200 effective September 1st. So, and then on June 5th, actually May 16th, 2024, and June 5th, 2024, you issued this two, letters or notices saying that you are not a tenant on the lease, so that's why I'm returning the check. But prior to that, you gave a 90-day notice of a rent increase. What was the purpose of these two letters that you said that you are not the tenant of the record? You're not the tenant on the lease, so I'm returning the payments.
Because legally, the way this Costa-Hawkins Act is worded and implements is, in effect, the original occupant, right, gets the rent control benefits.
No, I know that.
Right? A subsequent secondary roommate, occupant, even in this point, ex-husband, doesn't unless they are considered a tenant. How do you become a tenant in this verbiage with this act? Two ways and two things have to be met. One, the original tenant has to give notification to the landlord that they want to add the new occupant as a tenant, and the new occupant has to pay the landlord rent. So as soon as I recognized she had left the original occupant, the lawful tenant of the unit, as soon as he started trying to send me rent, we couldn't accept it because then we would accept him as
What
a
I'm
tenant.
saying, yeah, that's
And
thank you
not
for
the
proving-
occupant that he was.
What I'm saying is, almost a month before declining that check or not receiving the check from him, a month before you issued a 90-day notice of rent increase. So you gave May 16, 2024, you gave a 90-day notice of rent increase. And on June 5th, for example, so when you issued this letter saying that I'm not accepting your rent because you are not on the lease. So I was trying to understand the logic. I'm not really,
sorry.
So because to me is if you a month before you give a notice of rent increase and a month later saying that you are not the tenant on the lease, so I'm not going to accept your check, to me it makes no sense because a month before I gave him a notice of rent increase saying, hey, you got to pay me $2,200. So that's what I was trying to understand. So, okay.
I understand. Yeah, no, so unfortunately that's at the, explicit direction of the act. If I take that rent, it's considered an admission.
Okay, but you gave a 90-day notice of rent increase with the intent to accept the rent from him in a different amount.
Sure, if he had
If he
actually.
pays $2,200, he would accept that rent payment.
Correct, and absolutely.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I had many conversations with Andres about that very fact.
Let's move on.
We don't
You've
have the
answered
right
the
to
commissioner's-
evict.
You've
Yeah,
answered
we
the
don't have the
commissioner's
right to
questions.
evict.
Thank you, Mr. Magdal. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Are there other questions of the landlord at this time? Have you signed a lease with Mr. Santinello?
No, but we're happy to at a new higher rent that we proposed. And,
Okay, thank you very
even-
much.
even-
That answers my question. We just have to be fair to keep the time.
No, for sure.
To just answer the question.
I'm sorry.
No further questions, then we will turn back to the tenant to provide rebuttal, but thank you very much. Mr. Santinelli, you will have 2.5, that's what remains, 2.5 minutes for rebuttal. The time is yours.
Okay. Yeah, basically, he said, Mr. Taylor Magdal said that Sandy moved into this building in 2013-14. That's not true. She was living in New York back in 2013 and 14, so she was not even here. We moved together here after 2016, 2015, yeah. So she, and the other issue we had, he mentioned that she put a restraining order against me, and that was because when we got the divorce, she decided to move out of the building, and behind my back, she was mad at me behind my back, She got, what I think what happened, she got the payout from Taylor because Taylor was doing the payout to all the tenants here and 3 of them took the money. So she put the notice to Taylor behind my back. She took the money and left. And that's why he claims that, that he is the original tenant, obviously, because, that's what he think it was, which is not true. We had an agreement with Sonia, and we lived together here. Till last year, March, when she left the building. So yeah, I don't think. If the city can find a record of the previous lease, I'm happy with any decision the city makes with me. But I'm telling you the truth. And you can see the witnesses I have. They said that we never had a lease here in the building.
Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, then I will ask Commissioner Kirpes has a question for you.
Yes, we heard from the other public speakers, and I think you may have mentioned it as well, but can you tell us why, if your name appeared in previous hearings or documents with the city, why you didn't submit those to the hearing examiner?
I did in the first hearing. They have it.
In the hearing that made the determination that you were not a tenant, or sorry, in the hearing examination or the examination where that you applied for the MAR when you got after you got the $2,200 notice, you filed for a MAR hearing, right? In that hearing, did you present evidence showing your name on documents?
Documents from previous hearing stating my name on those on those files. Yeah, it's
Okay.
my name, and all the hearings we had before, it's only my name, not even Sandy.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for the tenant at this time? Seeing none, we thank you for your time, and we will close the public hearing at this point in time. You will remain able to listen to our deliberations, but we will turn now to questions of staff, and I believe Commissioner Kirpes has one.
Thank you. I have a couple. I vaguely remember like a case, it may or may not have been this, but I remember the city being or taking over the property. Is in this case, when the city was the conservator of the home or whatever, and it receiver. So we were the city was the landlord at a certain time for a period of time. Would you say that?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
So the question I have is I would think the city would follow our own laws and have re-registration forms filed for each of the tenants. And if they did that, that would be in the file, the city's file. Did the hearing examiner pull the city's file in this case? I know sometimes it specifically says that they do.
I don't believe so. I can double check. But no, I don't believe in this case they did.
Okay. Thank you.
I was going to ask about the re-registration as well, and whether that has happened with the current landlord.
It's going to take me a moment, so if you're going to move on for a moment.
We are questions for staff, so I want your attention when we ask the next one.
Sure, understood.
Although I believe Mr. Kessinger could probably answer them, I want to make sure you're listening as well.
Does it, in the interest of time, make sense for us to maybe discuss while he's researching?
I'd really prefer to stay at the question period before
Understood.
we move to deliberation, just so that we all have the same information before we speak.
I don't see a re-registration form that was reviewed by the hearing examiner, no.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick, the floor is still yours.
That was primarily my main question. Yeah, that's it for now. Comment.
Thank you. Any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, who would like to begin deliberations?
I'll
Commissioner
start.
McCafferty.
To me, with the evidence, a lot is coming down on if this document, the lease on 146, is legitimate or not. Not if it's forged or anything, I'm not questioning that, but just if this is an acceptable evidence of a lease for us because it is so abbreviated. Because for me, this is dated 2015. It mentions Sandy is a current tenant already in 2015 that's moving. And so if this is accepted as, I don't know, legit evidence, I'm not sure of like the actual word. If we're saying that this document is true, then to me it says that Sandy was a tenant already, and then Andres moved in after, which to me is a clear cut, he was not an original tenant, and that's what the argument is about. So I'd like to hear my fellow commissioners' opinions on this, page 146, this lease, and what you guys think of it.
Commissioner Topshin, I saw you reach for your microphone.
Thank you, Chair. First, this is what I want to say. The very first thing is based on the documents we reviewed and based on the statements and the testimonies. First thing I want to put on the record, I don't question whether Mr. Santaniello, the tenant, was residing in or has been residing in the unit. So there is no doubt in my mind that although Ms. Hernandez made a statement that the owner was unaware, based on the documentation, to me, it is reasonable to presume that at least at the time when the emails were sent to Mr. McDowell, the ownership was aware of Mr. Santaniello's occupancy of the unit. That's what I wanted to say for the record. And supported by the fact that the landlord gave a written notice of rent increase issued to the tenant, so that's also an acknowledgement of the occupancy of the unit by Mr. Santaniello. So the next thing, having said that, to me would be, is there sufficient evidence that is before us or presented to the examiner and now before us, the sufficient evidence that would corroborate the tenant's position that he was there originally, since if we're taking that residential agreement effective dates June 20, 2015, or any other date, whether the tenant was moved in with Ms. Hernandez into that subject unit as the original tenant. Is there any document, any evidence that would support that? And I don't see any. So the question, the commissioner, you asked about this rental agreement, we're not experts here. So we're not in position to authenticate this document, whether it's an authentic document, not authentic, who signed it, who didn't sign it. So this is presented into a record, and the examiner looked into that, and the examiner decision, probably was that this is a rental agreement. So I'm not gonna really go into the discussion, is this a legit document? Did Sandy Hernandez really sign it? When did she sign it? That's outside of my kind of area of expertise. So I take it as the best evidence presented into the case that best evidence in terms of that Sandy Hernandez move-in date into unit number 6 is June 20, 2015. I have no choice but to accept that. So then the next question would be, did Mr. Santinello move into this unit with Ms. Hernandez on June 20, 2015? I don't see any record of it. So then moving forward, the statement, even if we disregard the statement made by, written statement made by Ms. Sandra Hernandez, which is dated July 11, 2024, after the divorce completed, and you can say there was a restraining order, there's a bad relationship, obviously she could have said something, that would be not in support of the tenant's position. But the fact remains is I don't have any documents before me to say that Mr. Santinello was there at the time of the original occupancy. And if we have, here we have to strictly go by the Costa-Hawkins Housing Act, which specifically states that if all the original tenants, occupants vacated or no longer in the unit, that unit becomes decontrolled, and that's the state law. So unless there is evidence that will place the tenant in that unit at the time when the original tenancy started. So here, I don't see that. And if I don't see it, I cannot make the decision that the unit is, after Sandy Hernandez vacating it, the unit's rent will be controlled. I don't see how we can do that. So I clearly, if we apply the Costa-Hawkins, and that's what the examiner correctly did it, so the unit will be controlled, and the landlord could set a new rate for that unit, and that's what the landlord did by giving a 90-day notice of a rent increase. So it's unfortunate, and it's unfortunate for the tenant, but I cannot rule otherwise because the evidence doesn't support that. So I'm going to support staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kerpes.
Another question, sorry, for legal counsel. Can you explain the law as I understand? So if you're violating your lease, and the landlord knows you're violating your lease, but doesn't stop you from violating your lease, and after a while, I don't know how long it is, but after a while, that's no longer a portion that they can now then later prosecute you on or evict you or hold you accountable for. They've kind of just melded into your agreement. Can you talk about how that does or does not apply in this case?
Yeah, that's separate and apart from this because Costa-Hawkins is different from our eviction protections. And so in this instance, what staff has stated in the staff report is that it comes down to the original occupant, and it's not just this general idea of maybe he was there. It's the acceptance of the rent and the fact that that original occupant left. And so once that person leaves, unless someone remaining is also an original occupant, then Costa-Hawkins is pretty strictly interpreted to allow a new rent amount to be set for anyone remaining in the unit, which is separate from, eviction issues. If you're dealing drugs or something out of your unit, that's a separate part of state law and interpreted differently in terms of like waiver and whatnot.
And then one more question, trying to grasp at different laws. So what is the circumstance when we have, and maybe I'm just wrong on this, so just tell me if I'm wrong on this, but don't we have situations where the tenants will change, they'll rotate, let's say one roommate, next roommate, third roommate, then finally there are new people in there. What am I thinking of, or am I just wrong about, doesn't it just increase by the amount of the however many years it's been since the last increase, that's what the rent would go up to am I just wrong on even thinking about that? That's one of our options for some of our laws.
It's very, very fact specific. So in some of those situations, some of the times the landlord is hurting themselves and actually, accepting a tenant and increasing rent where they could potentially go into this type of situation. You're also allowed to replace tenants. So it's very fact specific, but I don't think those issues are at play here.
Yes, Commissioner Paris.
What about, like, absent the can you clarify for me, I'm sorry, when the city handed over ownership of the building to the current ownership?
I do not have the backstory on those specifics.
Because it seems to me that there is evidence in the record as of January 2019, and at some point in 2019, according to the testimony, the current owners took over the building, that they have accepted rent from the tenant, and further to that, acknowledge them in the record as occupying the unit, to further that they suggested that the tenant should have a rental increase, and in other communications.
Do you have a page you're looking at?
The email that is dated October 26th from Mr. Medgal, he acknowledges, oh, it's you, Andres, my bad. And then on the...
Can you give us page numbers, please?
Apologies. Page number is 145. And he also, in the record, issues a notice to Mr. Santanello that they are increasing his rent in May of 2016 on page 139.
I have different page numbers. Are there secondary numbers on your document?
In the packet, in the PDF, it's page 141. In the corner of the document, it says 139.
Okay, so 141, where it's a May 16th, 2024 date?
Mm-hmm. And between May 16th and January 1st of 2019, when the record reflects that there was a payment to the previous ownership, there were subsequent payments of rent made, presumably.
So do you see anything in the record that's a payment from the tenant to the landlord, like a check?
I see a Zelle payment. Hold on, I moved on a little too far. But I see a Zelle payment in the amount of $400 in January of 2019. I'm trying to find that page. That I have 138 or 140 in the PDF. That goes to the previous owner, apparently.
Commissioner,
No.
are you referring to the payment dated January 15, 2019, Zelle transfer to Sandy, $400? Is that the one?
I'm looking at a March 1st, 2024 payment. On 138 or 140.
A Zelle payment to Sandy Mary Cross for rent March, and that's March 1st, 2024?
Yes.
So that's a payment to the
Previous occupant.
Correct. That's not to the landlord.
Understood. So I think what I'm trying to determine is between the time that Medgal took over the property and the date of May 16, 2024, when they issued the rent increase, there were, I don't see them in the record, but there are allegedly accepted rent payments because they stopped accepting rent later down the line.
I mean, we can't presume what's not in the record. What we have is payments from the tenant to the ex-wife, but unfortunately, we don't see anything that shows payments to the landlord, which would then muddy the waters about the original occupant question.
Mm-hmm.
But just paying the original tenant, who then pays the landlord, doesn't establish those rights.
Understood.
And I may be wrong, but if the legal counsel could look into that, if there would be a question about the payments, even if the landlord accepts the payments from the remaining tenant, I believe, pursuant to Costa-Hawkins, the acceptance of the rent from the remaining tenant after all original tenants vacated does not preclude the landlord from setting a new market rate.
Yes, that is correct. That we don't have that here, so it's kind of hypothetical, but that would be a different analysis, and it would muddy the waters quite a bit more, but we don't have those facts before us.
Commissioner Goldman, and then the Vice Chair.
So is it correct that in order for the rights to be established, we'd have to see in this evidence somewhere that that there's tenancy, that so like if he had been added in the written record and it said he's now a tenant, he's also paying rent, that's what we would need to see in order to.
Yeah, you would need to see something, there's just nothing there that, and it again, a lot of hypotheticals, but there could be an email to the landlord say, hey, my husband's living here, he's now my co-tenant, and if there's not a response, maybe so. Or, a landlord that has a form and they fill out and that, yes. So your questions are spot on. Those are lacking in this record.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what we're
Yes.
looking for here. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ori.
Goldman, where are you then ultimately on the affirming or denying, or I'm just curious.
I mean, I think if we have to go with the law, if we're constrained there, then I don't know if we have a choice.
Okay. That's my thought too on this whole thing, is like, this seems like a really kind of a thorny legal situation. The staff report really set forth in a lot of detail why the recommendation is the way it is. And my thought is that in this situation, we really need to defer to the expertise of the staff recommendation and the report, especially since it has such a legal bent to it. And my heart does go out to the tenant on the issue about the upkeep of the apartment. But I think even in the staff report, there was some suggestion to the tenant that the remedy there would be a reduction in service requests for those particular issues. So there might be some relief there. But overall, this is, to me, way too complicated legally. There's a lot of complications factually. I don't think as a body we should be getting into reweighing that. I think we should really lean into what staff recommends in this particular instance. I wouldn't say that on every case, but on this one, I really think we should put a lot of weight behind what staff is recommending here. So I think what I'm hearing is I'm with Commissioner Topshian, I'm with Commissioner Goldman, and I'm with Commissioner McCafferty on likely supporting affirming the recommendation and the hearing examiner decision.
I'd like to ask a question really quickly, and that's just to follow up when staff is ready. Sorry. If that needs to happen, you're by all means.
I did not hear your question, so.
I haven't asked it yet, but if you guys, if this is important to the current deliberations, please, we'd love the information. But my question is when it comes to re-registration and how that factors in here, because you cannot raise rent in West Hollywood without re-registering a unit. And I know that you can't raise rent, but that doesn't preclude you necessarily from setting a new, maybe I'm answering my own question as I talk this out loud, does it not preclude you from setting a new market rate? Can you just talk me through that?
Yes, I think you have it right, that you are allowed to set it, but you cannot collect, you have to re-register prior to that. So it's a chicken and the egg question, I think is what you're asking.
Just generally, and we've had cases come before where everything is great except that the landlord did not file a re-registration, therefore they could not get any rent increases, and so they have to pay back their tenant. Clearly landlords in the room here right now, I don't think that's going to be an issue here, but my question is, that doesn't preclude them in this weird situation where there is a question about original tenant from setting a new market rate?
Correct. Yeah, let me work, yeah. Yeah, you've explained it correct.
I'm grateful that you had to pause on that. That means I wasn't completely off base.
I'm rarely speechless or stumped, but yes.
Hey. We're doing well tonight here. Commissioner Kerpes, and I have some thoughts.
Yeah, my thoughts are, I appreciate the vice chairs, and all the commissioners have spoken about the need to follow the law, and I think that is very, very important. My fear here is that we get it wrong, and what the implications of that are. I am also having difficulty I have a lot of problems with the Costa-Hawkins law anyway, but that's just for a variety of reasons. But if the law says what our attorney is saying, then I do find difficulties in finding the evidence that would say otherwise. But I can't vote to deny this appeal, knowing that the city may have a file sitting somewhere that may have this tenant's name listed on a registration form, or may have even a copy of a lease that this landlord just doesn't own or have. So I could only vote for a remand to direct the hearing examiner to look at all available files that the city has on hand, to determine if tenancy can be established in the record that the city holds. Not opening it up to new evidence, just looking at the city's records, what we have. I don't think that's going to be too beneficial for the tenant, because the city has not always been great at keeping records, especially older tenancies like this. So please don't get your hopes up. But I think it's right that we afford that to this tenant, this situation actually, whether it's not this tenant or another tenant, but this situation because of the impacts. And if the landlord doesn't like that, he can take us to court. But that's what I think.
Thank you. I would like to offer some opinion here real quick. And that is that I hear you, Commissioner Kerpes, and I think that there's more question in this one than there was even in the last one as to whether we had and you know where I was on that one. I too don't like Costa-Hawkins and have voted several times to overturn it. Unfortunately, the people of California have disagreed with me, and so it is the law. I don't see anything in the record that shows that the tenant had original occupancy. Don't think that should necessarily be the law, but it is, and so we have to follow the law. I will say to all of those folks that are listening that, you know, the city of West Hollywood has a lot of commissions, and there's only a couple of them that require all members of the commission to be residents of the city. And I don't know the circumstances of all of my colleagues, only a couple of them, but I'm a rent-stabilized tenant as well, and so it just hurts my, it breaks my heart sometimes voting the way I have to based on the law, but I believe with the record before us, it obligates us to affirm the hearing examiner's decision. And, you know, based on the case law that the staff provided us, I mean, my own political opinion here is I would love for us, that case law to be changed and let this be the case, but based on the information provided to us, we have to vote to affirm the hearing examiner. Vice Chair, I think you were, yeah. Anyone?
I am also inclined to agree with Commissioner Kirby's, if there's a possibility that it exists, tenancy as a result of the city having receivership of the property, that if absent a re-registration, absent documentation that we should have properly handled, that the possibility that tenancy could possibly be legally established from our records, that that opportunity should be afforded to the occupant, and that I would be amenable to a remand.
Commissioner Goldman?
I would be amenable to a remand also, just because we know we've got to follow the law, but can it hurt to have a second look just to see, you know, if that evidence exists? I would support affording that.
Do we have reason to believe that staff did not check their files?
I would turn to staff to ask that question, answer that question.
Good question.
We go off of what the hearing examiner does because it's an appeal from the hearing examiner's decision. So we look at what was looked at from them. And so that wasn't included in the hearing examiner's documents.
Does that give you an answer?
No.
That's where I was, but I want to make sure.
I guess, you know, just thinking about like like we've never asked this before. And so I'm just like why are we asking, did the hearing examiner do his due diligence this time? Like, do we have a reason to question, did he collect all the evidence?
I agree it would be pretty extraordinary to do that, and that's why I'm not inclined to.
Well, I can tell you why I asked
If I can
it.
just finish.
Okay.
And then the other thing that we heard in multiple different forms tonight was, as I understood it from the tenant, there was no lease. So we're going to ask the city to go look for more records when the tenant has been kind of saying over and over tonight there was no lease. He doesn't even want to recognize the existence of the lease that's in the record. But we've kind of gotten past that. It is in the record. It was authenticated at the hearing. That's beyond our purview right now. So to me, a remand to go look at records that the tenant is saying don't even exist is like, that's like a loop I can't get my head around. And I still come back to, we don't want to invite lawsuits. We don't want to invite the landlord to go file a lawsuit in the Writs and Receiver Department, or wherever the department is in LA Superior. That's not what we should be doing because we think somehow the tenant should have some other second look at it. I think we should be looking at listening to our staff counsel, our commission counsel, and our staff recommendation. But that's, again, I'm just pointing that out.
Commissioner Kirby's?
Chair, yeah, I'd like to answer the question that I posed earlier and why I asked it. The reason I asked legal counsel was in this case versus all the other cases that come in front of us is because this case, I remember last week, one of the cases actually said in the hearing examiner's decision, it actually stated that they pulled the file to look at the rent registrations. And so I was curious if they did the same thing in this one. I don't know why it's not standard that they always do it, but I know some do and some don't, depending on the situation. I am not hopeful that, I am not very optimistic that this record will exist, but the fact that, I'm not saying go search for records, I'm saying pull the file that is behind the counter at the rent stabilization desk and just look in it and see, this tenant would not necessarily know if a re-registration form was filed. I'm not questioning the lease of 2016 or 15, whatever year it was, but that's a lot of years ago. And we know from 18 to present, the gentleman's been there. So all I'm asking is that we as a commission do our due diligence and make sure before this person is essentially evicted, from $800 to $2,200 is an eviction. But before they do that, that the city, a previous owner of the property or responsible for the property, just look in the file, see if that form exists. Again, I'm not optimistic it does, but I think we owe it to our tenants in the city. And I would like to, revoke or remove my comment earlier about inviting a lawsuit. I'm not intending to invite a lawsuit.
I want to also note that when you buy something, a property, you take on its liabilities. And as the city sold the property to Madgal as a matter of the auction, that there have been several opportunities to re-register, and it's noted in the record that the property re-registration is unknown, that there have been at least 3 opportunities for registration to happen, and if they have not happened, that is a failure on the landlord's part, that is a failure on the city of West Hollywood's part as a terms of receivership, which is my understanding that we would have the opportunity to file a re-registration at that time.
I don't think, though, we're assuming things that are not there with a negative intent. There's nothing in the record, so I don't think we can assign it either way, good or bad.
I'm not assuming intent. I'm assuming that if we're following our own policies,
Can you please use your mic?
I'm sorry. If we're using our own policies and procedures as guidance, and we've failed to do so, that a remand would give the city the opportunity to make sure that we did that correctly in the first place.
Right, and what I'm saying is we can't say there's a failure because it's not part of the record here.
The part of the record says that it is unknown. So whether or not the document exists is, I'm not.
No, I hear that. I appreciate that. I'm wondering, we're coming down to different places here, so I'm wondering if we can get to a motion with a majority, and if somebody's interested in taking a stab at that at this point. If there's something new, please, but I do want to recognize.
I'll move that we remand this for the hearing back to the hearing examiner to examine, not to open the record, or to open the record in a very limited way to look at the city's records, whatever rent stabilization maintains of them for this property, to determine if there's evidence in there that would determine a tenancy for this individual.
Is there a second for that motion?
I will second that.
There is a second by Commissioner Paris. Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the secretary to call the roll, please.
Commissioner Goldman?
Aye.
Commissioner Kirby's?
Aye.
Commissioner McCafferty?
No.
Commissioner Paris,
Aye.
Commissioner Topchin,
No.
Vice Chair Rory,
No.
Chair Bass.
We're at 3-3.
I'm so sorry?
We're at 3-3.
Yes.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion by Vice Chair Rory.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2565, a resolution of the Rent Stabilization Commission of the City of West Hollywood affirming the hearing examiner's decision as application number D4920.
Shame on you. The city never did their diligence.
You're out of order. Please mute everybody on Zoom at this moment. There will be an opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting, but not during deliberations. We have a motion on the floor to adopt the resolution that was presented by staff. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, may we please have a roll call?
Commissioner Goldman,
No.
Commissioner Kerpes,
No.
Commissioner McCafferty,
Aye.
Commissioner Paris,
No.
Commissioner Topchin,
Aye.
Vice Chair Rory,
Aye.
Chair Bass.
Reluctantly, aye. The motion carries. Let me grab my here. If the parties have any further questions, you can reach out to the Rent Stabilization Division at 323-848-6450, by email at rsd@weho.org, or you may request an in-person appointment online at weho.org under the services menu. For the parties on Zoom, you will now be placed back into the waiting room. If you would like to watch the rest of the meeting, you may find your options to do so at weho.org/WehoTV. And because I know that there are folks who are interested in making comments about what we just did, there will be a public comment period in just a moment. I'm sorry? Well, we have a couple of more items, but there will be an opportunity, and I hate ever cutting anyone off who wants to make public comment. And so I want them to know that opportunity exists. We will now move on to new business. I'm sensing we don't need a break at this point. We should power through the rest? Okay. We are going to move to new business item 9A, Long Range Planning Division, announcement of equitable building performance standards. Do we have a staff report?
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Christine Shen. I am a Senior Planner with Long Range Planning. I'm here to talk about equitable building performance standards, which aim to improve the energy performance of existing buildings in West Hollywood. And it is a critical program that is needed to reach the city's 2035 carbon neutrality goal as part of WeHo Climate Action. Here's a brief overview. We'll go over the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan from 2021, building performance standards, the impacts of building performance standards, next steps, and discussion. In December 2021, City Council adopted the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, also known as WeHo Climate Action, which establishes a path for the city to reach carbon neutrality by 2035. To meet those goals, we need to address the emissions that come from our buildings, which account for 57% of the emissions in West Hollywood. Which is why WeHo Climate Action commits to improving the energy performance, decarbonize, and improve energy resilience of the existing building stock. And addressing existing buildings is important because WeHo is a built-out city, and we have had energy codes in California that have helped our newer buildings be more efficient and use cleaner appliances, but this doesn't improve our existing buildings, many of which in West Hollywood have been built before the state's modern energy codes. And the city aims to address the lack of performance in these buildings by establishing an equitable building performance standard. Our team started by analyzing the city's building stock. There are a total of over 5,000 existing buildings in the city. 76% are residential buildings. Looking closer at the city's residential building stock, we see that most residential buildings in West Hollywood are multifamily, renter-occupied, rent-stabilized, and built before 1980. And the medium renter-occupied building, it was built in 1959. And as I mentioned, that's before the state's modern energy codes. So without requirements that improve the performance of these old buildings, they will be allowed to continue to operate inefficiently. When we look at the greenhouse gas impacts of the city's buildings, we see that multifamily housing produces the most greenhouse gas emissions out of all building types. And we also see that the majority of emissions are from natural gas usage. To reach carbon neutrality, the city needs to reduce its total greenhouse gas emissions by 78%. In order to meet that, 80% of the city's existing residential building stock will need to be electrified by 2035. Which brings us to building performance standards. Building performance standards require existing buildings covered by this policy to meet specific energy use or emission performance targets by a certain deadline. Through a trajectory approach, the targets get more ambitious to achieve enhanced performance over time. And the amount of work that is required to comply actually will depend on the actual performance of a building. Why do we need a building performance standards? It creates healthier homes and buildings. By switching from gas appliances to electric appliances, it improves the indoor air quality. And when you have an efficient building, you can passively keep your indoor air temperatures comfortable so that you don't need to use more energy to heat and cool your unit. This also reduces emissions and reliance on fossil fuels, increases community resiliency if a building owner chooses to pair efficiency with local power and storage. And then there is the potential to reduce energy bills that can save community members money if through these energy efficient buildings that use less energy and cost less to operate. So how can these performance standards be met? There are electrification strategies, which looks like upgrading to electric appliances for your space heating, cooling, water heating, cooking, and on-site solar. This reduces the use of fossil fuels like natural gas in our buildings. And the other strategies are through energy efficiency. You can save energy and bring energy bill savings through insulation and ceiling, smart home energy systems, upgrading windows, and energy audits. The next slides will be on the building performance standard impacts and what that will look like in West Hollywood. So we typically see these building performance standards target larger buildings since those have the highest greenhouse gas impacts. The team looked at the different buildings threshold scenarios ranging from 10,000 square foot to 50,000 square foot. Our team recommends a 20,000 square foot threshold, which means buildings over 20,000 square feet would be regulated by this policy. And that's because this allows us to have the minimum number of buildings impacted while maximizing greenhouse gas emissions and tenants that can benefit from these energy improvements. So West Hollywood has a total of 5,000 buildings. With a 20,000 square foot threshold, we would only impact 6% of the buildings, which totals 310 buildings. The majority of those buildings are residential and multifamily, and 106 of those buildings impacted are rent stabilized. So I'll briefly go over the proposed policy that's going to be shown through this infographic. First, starting in 2026, owners will be required to submit their building energy data to the city annually, and this is called benchmarking. Then, starting in 2028 and every 4 years after that, the building's performance will be compared to the performance targets that the city sets. If a building meets its target, then it's compliant. If it doesn't meet the target, then they would be required to submit a building performance action plan, which would then need to be reviewed and approved by the city. So as part of a building performance action plan, a building owner will need to complete an energy audit or retro commissioning, which would need to be under the supervision of a licensed engineer. They would need to create a distributed energy resource report to explore how beneficial solar and storage could be for that specific building. And then they would need to outline when energy retrofits will be made to the building based on the cost-benefit analysis with the energy audit or retro commissioning report. The direct impacts to community members include for building owners, they will be required to report their energy usage annually, and they will be required to hire engineers to conduct the energy audits and make upgrades to meet the energy performance targets. On the tenant side, tenants will ultimately benefit from energy efficiency and electrification upgrades to their homes. Rent stabilized RSO tenants won't experience cost pass-throughs unless the owners can prove that they aren't receiving a fair return on their investment. However, these related protections generally don't extend to non-rent stabilized ordinance and commercial tenants. So they may experience rent increases that reflect the cost of work to improve these buildings. The city can mitigate these impacts by providing technical assistance to the building owners, like setting up a help desk that will help them navigate the building performance standard requirements, developing a retrofit accelerator that can offer financial assistance and resources for building upgrades, and offering hands-on support for RSO buildings and affordable housing. Offering these supportive programs will be costly, which is why staff is exploring funding opportunities through the state and other grant opportunities. And then another way that the city can mitigate impacts is by offering flexibility, and that's through the Building Performance Action Plan, which is an alternative compliance pathway for buildings that are unable to meet the targets, but we still want to work with our building owners to kind of lay out a plan of how they can meet the standards in the long term, and allow them to also time the retrofits with the regular end of life of their appliances and systems. So this shows the modeled building emissions with the recommended 20,000 square foot threshold. BPS will only get the city to 45% of the building emissions goal, which is 55% shy of the reductions that we need to meet carbon neutrality. So to help close this gap, staff is continuing to look at other strategies of how we can reduce emissions in our buildings. Next steps. So in 2024, we started the technical analysis and round one of engagement, which included surveys for tenants and landlords that were promoted through the RSO newsletters. We used that feedback to draft a policy, which we posted this month for the community and stakeholders to provide input. We're also going to be hosting office hours and workshops to have in-depth conversations about the ordinance with community members. And the plan is to bring this ordinance to City Council in the next quarter for the first reading. Looking into the future, if this policy was adopted, buildings would be required to submit their energy performance data through benchmarking annually starting in 2026. And then the first interim performance target deadline is in 2028 and every 4 years after that. So I kept my overview of the policy high level today for the commission so that we could have a high level discussion. For anyone interested in reading the draft policy or engaging further, it can be found at the link above and the QR code. We're also going to be hosting virtual and in-person office hour events. So we encourage folks to sign up for updates on this project so that we can notify you when those are scheduled. This concludes my presentation. I'll pause here for any questions from the commissioners before we get to this discussion question.
So before we get to discussion, my first piece of discussion is that this is an incredibly important piece of information that, that we as a commission should delve into and not have a conversation based on high level scratching the surface at starting at 10 o'clock at night. So my suggestion, and I made a motion earlier, is that we table the discussion to a work session in the future of this item, and I'm making that as a formal motion.
I will second the motion, and hopefully we can have some discussion about it.
Please. I just really want to delve into this. I'm very interested in it, and we cannot do that at this point in the evening.
So you don't want us to ask any questions, or you want to reserve those questions for the next time?
I would like us to having a conversation about retrofitting 380, I believe was the number, without papers in front of me. I can't see that. I think we need to have a real in-depth conversation, and I don't think we can do that tonight, and I don't want a report to go to the City Council saying that they brought it to the Rent Stabilization Commission for discussion when we didn't actually have a discussion.
I'm fine with your suggestion, Chair. But I just wanted to, I have a couple of questions. Maybe that would be beneficial for staff to come back and clarify. I don't expect them to answer them now, but maybe they will know that these are the questions or concerns, and then maybe they will prepare it if they have to come back.
I also just want to make one quick comment. Obviously, we have to take into consideration our appeal schedule. We're quite behind on that. You'll notice that tonight, in order to accommodate this presentation, I only scheduled 2 appeals, and even with only 2 appeals, we're going to extend well past 10 p.m. Choosing to table this or move this to another future meeting could impact our ability to have 3 appeals per night, because we've run into the same issue. If we're not equipped to discuss it at 10 p.m. and there were only 2 appeals, where would we be after 3 appeals? So I think that's something to consider, particularly because this might be more urgent since it's going to the council at a set date, and so it might impact our appeals schedule more immediately.
And I'm sorry to say this, but this is why I asked for something written so that I could be prepared to have this conversation a couple of days ago. And I recognize that that's not our manager's responsibility, but I would really like to have this conversation, and not as an individual who going to this website, but as a body, having a conversation and playing off of each other, hearing each other's ideas as how this is going to. I have 2 colleagues who've been here a decade or better, 2 decades, I believe, and I need your expertise to be able to inform my conversation. So, though I hear the concerns, I think if we were prepared for this conversation, we could have it at 10 o'clock at night. Being unprepared for this conversation, I don't think that we can. Hence my motion.
And I'd like to speak on the motion as well. I do support the motion, and this has nothing to do with you. I appreciate what you've given us tonight, and I think that actually allowing a couple questions maybe might actually help when you return, if you return, because I would rather have our full discussion. Regardless of the timeline, I'd rather have us really participate in this conversation, even if it means that it goes to council without our comments. I think that should be noted. This is I see this as similar to the retrofitting conversations that we had. We had public hearings, at least 3 of them. This commission met several times over it. It's the fact that this deals with so many residential multifamily homes that are mostly going to be in the rent stabilization, falls under the rent stabilization ordinance. This is very much in the purview of this committee or this commission. So I think that we do need to have a wider conversation about this. And I think some of the questions I have, if you don't mind.
We'll go to you next. Yes,
Is
please.
that all right? Some of the questions I would have is really the prioritization of this versus, and I'm completely asking this out of honesty. I think I know the answer, but I don't know the answer. The prioritization over this versus bus lanes or things that we can do, if we're talking about CO2 emissions, what we can do that are more cost effective for the city, more cost effective for the residents in the city, things like that that might have a greater impact. I don't know if it would have a greater impact, but my gut tells me that removing cars off the road is a lot more important and urgent than trying to renovate some of these buildings that are not going to be around forever. The other thing that I would have questions about is just some of the numbers that were here, the 20,000 square foot versus 50,000 square foot. If we could get an idea of how many units that is in those buildings, I don't know right offhand, but just if we can have kind of a, I don't work in square footage for buildings. I work in like 4 unit, 5 unit, 6 unit type things. So I think that would be helpful. And then multifamily, I just wanted to make sure that, in our messaging as this goes out to the public and stuff, what I saw from the slide, I don't think that you meant to say this, but multifamily versus, I think the slide was multifamily versus, versus, I think the slide, if you wouldn't mind going back about, where you talked about multifamily causing the most CO2 emissions, I believe. Is this the, yeah, so I think your comment was multifamily housing produces the most CO2 or, so that may be a factoid that is correct, but I would hate to have people use that in the wrong way because density, the more density we have, the better, and the less CO2 is created or the less impacts on our environment. I would hate to have somebody using that statement, multifamily housing, causes so much CO2, it's the worst producing buildings ever. That's anti-development to me. That's an anti-development argument. So I just would caution how we frame it in the conversations when we're talking to the public. And that's kind of where I am. I'd love to dive deeper into this at a later date, anytime, even if it is late at night, because I think this is important. The other last thing, sorry, is the making a clear, or you mentioned in one of the slides that staff will be making efforts to find grants and things to help homeowners pay for this cost. That's exactly what was said during the retrofit argument, and that's what myself and another commissioner had basically argued, saying, do not pass it on to the tenants, but be sure that the city is there to help landlords pay for this and find alternative ways to pay for it. And to my knowledge, nothing has been done. I mean, I'm not saying the staff hasn't looked, but to my knowledge, nothing significant has been offered to landlords to reduce their costs on that. And I just want to make sure that when we say that, we mean it, and the city needs to actually do things and show progress over that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson, you wanted to ask questions as well.
Yeah, a couple of them, but first I want to make a comment, and I'm in agreement with you, Chair, that something of this importance and significance to the city and the residents, to all of us, right? So it has to be given more time for us to kind of read, understand. To me, I'm looking this, and I want to thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Christine.
Christine, and thank you for being here this late hour and for your patience, and I really appreciate your really wonderful presentation. So I am kind of really new to this, although I know the climate action and all that thing, but specifically to this particular plan, it sounds really new to me because I didn't dive into this thing. And so this is the first time I'm hearing all these things, basically, and I clearly would have been really appreciate to have more time to understand, to read, maybe to ask questions. So, but obviously that's not a criticism, and it's not addressed to you. So I'm supporting what you're saying, Chair. But my question as a Stabilization Commissioner, I have probably this tunnel vision is that how we're going to protect the rent stabilized tenants and the units from the impact. So what I caught from these slides is that 106 buildings that are under rent stabilization ordinance that will be impacted. And if you can go to that direct impact to the tenant slide. Right, this one. So my questions will be, clearly there will be the impact to the rent control tenants, and that's what I don't really like to hear and to know. Just like Commissioner Kerpis mentioned, the retrofit, seismic retrofit that was required under the state and the city laws. So we had so many meetings, and I attended all of them, I think. And the impact was basically the fees were shared between tenants and the landlords. And some tenants, if I'm not mistaken, up to $55, it could be a monthly, you could have been a monthly rent increase for a 10-year period. So this type of thing definitely is going to impact the rent control tenants, and I really don't like seeing that. I don't know how we can protect them from this type of retrofit or this type of rent increases. My concern is specifically about long-term tenants whose rents are historically low because they've been there in their units for decades, and the whole purpose of the RSO to keep them in the units, so keep the affordability of the unit. And now every time we pass a retrofit or something new, we're basically allowing the rent increases. I understand that tenant may benefit somehow from this program, but I have to pay out of my pocket, and I have to feed my kids. I have to pay for medication. The prices go up and everything else. On top of it, I have to pay for retrofit programs, right? This sounds like a good plan, but what will be the impact? I really want to see the city as kind of limiting that impact to the rent control tenants, especially to those who have low income, seniors, disabled, people who are on that very limited income. So that's one thing, and I wanted to know, well, it says RSO will not experience cost pass-through unless owners prove they're earned receiving a fair return on their investment. What does it mean? So if this is a good plan and the owner will have to abide with the plan, the presumption, the understanding is that the owner is going to benefit from this investment. Otherwise, why the owner would invest the money? So then, if so, then the impact is going to be on the tenant. So that's what my concern is, the main concern. And I don't want to see any rent increases on this 106 buildings, rent control buildings, if this will become a plan or a policy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
With all respect.
Real quick, we either need to have the discussion tonight or table it. Like we can't have this quasi in between. So I would recommend, if you want to do the suggestions, you can email them. But we've either got to move on or actually have the discussion. We're going kind of beyond what a tabled event is. And we also have to get out of here at a certain hour.
Of course. Commissioner McCafferty. I appreciate that. So I'll ask that the secretary call the roll on tabling the discussion to a date uncertain.
It sounded like Chair Bass had suggested we do a work study session, and I just wanted to clarify, is that separate and apart from a meeting, like a noticed and so forth?
I think that depends on what the commission would like to do. If the commission would like to vote on this coming forward on a future agenda that's regularly scheduled, we can look into that. If the preference is for a separate work meeting, we'll certainly take that into account if that's part of the motion.
Understood.
I think I will adjust my motion to a date uncertain and trust staff that they can make this work. And one last piece of clarification. Please understand that this is because I care a lot about this. It is not because I it is not a procedural thing, it's that I really want to delve into it. So that's the thought behind my motion. So I too appreciate your work and hope we can have a more robust conversation. So now we will call the roll.
Commissioner Goldman.
Aye.
Commissioner Kerpes.
Aye.
Commissioner McCafferty.
Aye.
Commissioner Paris.
Aye.
Commissioner Topchin.
Aye.
Vice Chair Rory.
Aye.
Chair Bass.
Aye. Item 9B, thank you again very much. The Human Services report, and I don't have my agenda here, but you know what I'm talking about. Human Services Division presentation for the request for proposals, the RFP program. And thank you for sticking with us till 10:15. And as you get started, I appreciated the questions you posed for us in the staff report so that we could be prepared. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, good night, Chair Bass, Vice Chair Rory, and Commissioners. I am Dee Saunders, Social Services Program Administrator, and I am joined with my wonderful colleague, Michelle Lieberman, also Social Services Program Administrator, and we are here to gather your input on community social service needs as we begin this year's RFP, Request for Proposal. Since 1985, the City of West Hollywood has partnered with nonprofit and community-based organizations to enhance the health and well-being of our community members. Today, the city invests nearly $7 million annually in programs that focus on behavioral health and wellness, food and nutrition, homelessness prevention and support, sexual and reproductive health, and workforce development. The city funds social services programs on a 3-year cycle and is approaching the end of the 2022 to 2025 contract period. As we prepare for the next funding cycle, which will be from 2025 to 2028, Human Services staff is gathering input to help shape priorities with an RFP scheduled for April this year. As a part of this process, we are seeking insights from commissions, advisory boards, and the community at large. And just as a reminder for you all, we are here today because the Rent Stabilization Commission establishes policies, rules, forms, and regulations to implement and enforce the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. Oh, we're already there. Perfect. Thank you. Before we begin, it is important to highlight the city's mission and core values, which include, which helps guide our work here in Human Services. West Hollywood is committed to proactively addressing the diverse needs of our community through innovation, excellence, and a focus on well-being. Our work is driven by key values, including respect and support for people, public responsiveness, creativity, quality of life, and economic development. These principles shape our RFP process and partnerships with social service providers, ensuring we meet community needs and foster a thriving environment. Our work is guided by those 5 core values. So, who is a community member? The City of West Hollywood defines a West Hollywood community member as someone who lives, owns property, works, attends school, or spends a significant amount of time unhoused here in the city. And so, by all means, it is you and probably the folks who are still online watching. Next slide, thank you. As outlined in your agenda packet, the city partners with a wide range of agencies that provide essential services, including behavioral health and wellness, food and nutrition, homeless services, legal aid and advocacy, one that you all are probably familiar with our contracted agency, Bates-Etic, older adult and disability services, workforce development, support for young people, including children and families, and sexual health and reproductive health services. And the attachment that was included in your agenda to our staff report gives you a brief overview of the programs and services available to community members. Thank you. We are the Human Services Division after all, so our work extends well past just social services. We also oversee services like subsidized transportation for our older adults, persons living with disabilities, and some of our unhoused community members as well. We have our care team that our division just did a presentation on about 2 council meetings ago, and they help both housed and unhoused persons. And we actually have our homeless concern line that is live now, and that's at the end of this slide. And then planning and coordination meetings where staff gets to connect with the agencies that we contract with, and then collaborative partners so that we can hear from them as the service providers to make sure that the city of West Hollywood is ahead of the game, essentially, and we are making sure that we are hitting all of those targeted populations and providing the essential services that they need to help with their quality of life. Now you can go back to your slide.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for having us today. So now I will take you through the RFP process and our timeline. So as Dee mentioned, core values are embedded in the RFP process. They guide our work with our service providers to ensure that the community needs are met, fostering an environment where residents not only live but thrive. So to kick it off, phase 1, January through March, we gather input from stakeholders, including community members, service providers, boards and commissions, such as yourselves, to ensure and identify the community's most pressing needs. Phase 2 takes us through February through April. Based on the feedback received, city staff develops the RFP incorporating community input, council directives, and city initiatives to ensure the proposal aligns with evolving priorities. Phase 3, April 8th, city staff shares the synthesized feedback gathered from these various stakeholders with the Human Services Commission, refining priorities before moving forward. Our RFP officially launches in April, inviting proposals for funding considerations, and will close on June 6th. Phase 4, from June to July, city staff and Human Services Commission will review and evaluate all proposals received with public meetings to gather additional input before making final recommendations. And last but surely not least, phase 5 takes us to August 18th, where City Council will review and approve the final recommendations, which will determine the grant allocations for the next cycle. And that brings us to why we are here today, to get feedback from you all on 3 critical questions that will directly shape the RFP process for the upcoming cycle. Your input is critical and crucial to ensure that funding priorities reflect the community's most pressing needs that you represent. So to kick it off with question number 1, what are the most significant challenges or unmet needs currently faced by the community your commission represents? And I'll hand it over to the commission to provide some feedback.
Chair, however you want to run it. I'm just looking for somebody to speak up first. So.
I have a comment. The first thing that came to my mind that I've noticed is like knowledge of the law and the ordinances and how they can be affected. We've had a couple of cases where people come up here and it turns out like they had a case where they should have filed a compliance determination. Like it just seems like there's a lot of misalignment with like what people's rights are and what is the right pathway to those. So some type of like legal advocacy, something like that. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just add to that, kind of that same theory. Housing stability is our challenge, and that would one of the solutions or one of the services that I think the city does a good job at providing right now, and I hope we'll continue and invest more money is like right to counsel. For eviction situations or tenant issues. And then also, again, the housing stability, homelessness services, providing people who are now unhoused to get them back into housing and services. And we always say mental health. I guess I know that it's a challenge to fill some of these spots. Like sometimes we have mental health positions that we have funded, but we haven't quite gotten mental health professionals in those positions. I don't know if that's the same, if the city struggles with that, but I know I work for the city of Santa Monica and we struggle with that. I mean, the county provides the services and then we can't quite match the people with the positions that we have. So hopefully if we can, I don't know what we can do as a small city like we are, but if we can, look regionally to find ways, using community colleges, using universities to feed into those professions, because I know that they are daunting professions and that people, if they can stay long, great, but they're a couple of years and then it's kind of a lot, oftentimes they want to move on. So if we can somehow help address that issue so that we can benefit from having those funded positions of mental health services out in the community. But those are my couple of comments.
I would, as we're going down the line here, I would suggest that it's not a, because we're not voting on anything tonight, so there is no conflict, but I worked at the Los Angeles LGBT Center for 7 years. I ended that employment on January 10th, so there's no conflict, but I want to be upfront with anybody who might still be watching. So no vested interest here. But I do want to suggest that I think one of the pieces that's missing is support for people who are on the verge of becoming homeless. Those who are in their house, but besides just paying their rent and preventing them from being evicted, the career development, the identifying what their resources are, beyond what we provide them, like where do they go and where do they turn for building their life back up if they're in their home, because we would prefer people not become homeless and deal with homelessness. So that's kind of the one there. But I do want to echo that residents of West Hollywood seem not to understand what their rights are as tenants, both those in rent stabilized units and those in non-rent stabilized units, and having some sort of support for that when it wasn't a crisis of eviction would be very helpful.
Just first, I want to thank you, Chair. I want to thank you for being here like at late at night at 10:30 and with this great presentation, and I really appreciate that sharing this information. I think that's very important. Although we live in West Hollywood, we know this service has been provided in our city for decades, and the city does an incredible work by expanding and getting more services or more coverage for the residents. And I reviewed the list of the agencies that are involved. This is comprehensive social services really in action. I don't know if there are any other cities of this, that would provide this scale of services that the West Hollywood does, considering such a small city we are. It's amazing to see these, all the areas that it's possible even to think that you're covering and the city is providing services. And I want to echo the chair's comment and fellow Commissioner Kirpus's comment in regards to, as a rent stabilization commissioner, I'm stuck with that, right? So I really want to see that everyone in our city who needs legal services will, related to the evictions, particularly because maybe some other issues that they can come to the department and file an application for rent decrease or rent increase issues. But specifically with the evictions, I want to know that the residents really will be able to receive it, and there is no kind of a backlog at the BedZedek, or they won't be able to do it because they're overwhelmed. So that, again, I don't have any recommendations for that, but I really want to see that the funds that are allocated will be sufficient to cover the needs of the West Hollywood residents who need the type of services from the legal agency like BedZedek. But thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goldman.
So I'd really like to emphasize helping people before they get to the point of eviction, because I think that's so critical. And maybe how can we identify who is at risk, and before they've gone all the way through, oh no, now I'm facing an eviction, how can we help them not even get to that point? Because I think that is how we keep people housed and healthy and, you know, all of those things. And we talk a lot about eviction and all of these other issues, but I would really love to see us identify and help people and even just get the word out about resources so that people know if because many of us in this country now, unfortunately, are one big emergency away from, you know, from crisis, from eviction. So we want to make sure people have those resources before they're facing, you know, such a severe consequence. And, you know, and with the unhoused populations, I'm wondering if there is a way to have some kind of like storefront or something almost where there are services available, because often you have people kind of out in the field chasing them around or moving them around, and is there a way where maybe even they can go and say, here's a resource, this building, you know, there are always people here who will help you. So as they're moving around, maybe that incentivizes them to be able to have multiple touch points to build trust with whether it's mental health or, you know, any other kind of professionals that can help them, that they know, you know, hey, if I'm in West Hollywood regularly, I can go here and maybe I can engage voluntarily and somebody will help me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there to question 1, unmet needs or most significant challenges? Then let's move to question 2.
Okay, so bringing us to the next question, what specific barriers make it difficult for your community to access existing social services in West Hollywood?
I feel like, having served on a couple of posts in the city, the community doesn't really understand what the city offers as far as services. Having been on the LGBTQ board and now on this commission, there's very little in the way of communicating, and I know that the comms team does a masterful job with the resources that they have, but there's so little in the way of education for the community to know what is available to them. I learned outside of like channels as a board member about during the pandemic about resources, you know, to help with rent payments and things like that. That didn't come from the city proper. It came from you know, community organizing with people that were and in service of outside of the city. So finding ways to make that information more accessible and finding ways to make that create the funnel of like, here's the high level problem and get you from step to step to finding a solution that is appropriate.
Thank you.
I think the city has a tendency to over-explain things, and I'm guilty as anyone else on this. You've all heard me speak here, so I think we need to just simplify the way people get information. I just was looking through our little WeHo pages that was here, and it's beautiful, but like I looked for eviction, it's not there. You know, I think we just need to make it very simple for somebody to understand where they can go. That's a barrier.
I would say maybe a language barrier for some, you know, non-English speaking people, you know, whether it's Spanish or Russian, to have more in Russian and Spanish languages.
I don't really know how to, so I think one of the challenges, as they mentioned, was getting the communication out and getting all that. You know, we used to have a really robust, I would call it robust, neighborhood watch program, which was far more expansive than Neighborhood Watch. I mean, it wasn't just about crime. It was
every issue, and then each month a different department might come in and talk about different things to them. But just that sense of community that can then also spread that information to their neighbors, and if we could somehow get back to something like that, I think that would be helpful. But yeah, it's the communication issue, that trying to get people to pay attention and listen. And
Thank you.
Nothing else on question 2? Let's go to question 3.
Okay, and to wrap it up, if additional resources were available, what new or expanded social services would you prioritize for West Hollywood?
We just had a presentation about these reducing greenhouse emissions potentially in a sizable. I think if that were to be approved, that could be a wonderful opportunity for Health and Human Services to reach out specifically to the rent stabilized units in that group to say, here's what this new endeavor is about, here's kind of what you can expect. And so that seems like something that's potentially on the cusp that might get approved, that you could maybe work into your RFP solicitations.
What does that relationship look like? Just so that as we report back to our Human Services Commission, so let's say it gets approved, right? Thank you to Christine for that presentation on behalf of the Planning Commission. What role do you see the Human Services Commission playing when the rent stabilized units are up to be upgraded? Where do you see us in that?
Something, I guess, along the lines of communication and maybe support for, because we didn't get into it, but I'm sure there's going to be things about, there's a new program, it's meant to make things more energy efficient in buildings and to eliminate gases. So practically, what does that really mean? Probably means like fixing old stoves, upgrading old refrigerators, changing out your light bulbs so that they're LED. Whatever those practical real-life issues are for especially people living in tenancies and rent-stabilized units, they're going to want to know, like, do I have to keep living here? Or so that whole program and that whole endeavor, if it gets approved, seems like it's ripe for outreach and communication.
Okay, so then also what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and I do apologize because I know that we're all anxious to get home, but I want to make sure that we do our due diligence and make sure that we report correctly what the Rent Stabilization Commission has identified. So it sounds like what you would like to see would be something like the tenants knowing exactly what they can expect and maybe having some prioritizing, having some agencies that can offer these types of services to make sure that these upgrades are done and that they're done properly, right? Is that what I'm hearing? I want to make sure that
That's absolutely right, and,
Okay.
and maybe things even related to that, but that was just a general direction to run in.
Perfect.
I'm hearing
Thank you for
educational
giving us
as well.
more work, Vice Chair.
I'm hearing educational as well, so people kind of understand this process and how it impacts them personally. And if that's not what you're saying, I would add that.
I can't really think of anything new because, as I said, this is very comprehensive and you already provided what is pretty much covering everything. But maybe to expand some of the services to the disability and the senior communities with who would need, let's say, any help with their units, run their units or clean their apartments or maybe do some shopping. I don't know if the programs like that exist, but maybe there are. But I think expanding and making a little bit more, maybe minor repairs or cleaning the apartments or cooking or shopping for the people who need that type of assistance, seniors or disabled. And I also, again, I want to maybe, again, maybe I'm repeating, but the legal service is expanding. Maybe I know there is in Bethesda, there is one Russian-speaking staff attorney, but I wonder if we if that one person would be, if one Russian-speaking attorney is sufficient to cover the West Hollywood neighborhood with a lot of Russian-speaking residents living here, or even a Spanish-speaking attorney. So if those kind of things can be considered, maybe expanded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
I'm going to, I think, repeat again the point about getting people services before the eviction, because we've got a lot of really comprehensive services, but nothing really specifically addresses that. And I think that is going to be a growing issue with things getting more expensive and so forth. So I think really focusing on how can we help people before they're in a dire situation and how to identify that. And, of course, the communication. I also think there's maybe a health component to some of these upgrades that we're talking about when we're talking about gas appliances and things like that. So maybe even getting people that education on what does it mean to have for your health and your breathing and so forth, to have better improved air quality in the home. So any kind of resources we can put towards improving that for people, getting the information out. But it does seem from my communications in the community that a lot of people just don't know that these great things exist. And so even just getting that out, and however we can expand. I would almost want to, like when you're campaigning and people are canvassing door to door, like you kind of almost need to do that about these services because otherwise people are kind of shut in their own worlds. Some people use the internet, some people don't, right? But where are they going to have a touch point with this information? So can we maybe think about different ways to give them those touch points?
One, for me, I think this is similar, but I would expand into some sort of civic education. And I know that our city is doing like the Civic Academy. I hope to do that someday. Scheduling has prevented it, but there is such a distrust of government right now, and particularly government workers, and that's a shame, because I think that the seven of us can testify it's pretty easy to get involved in West Hollywood, and our elected officials are very accessible. So it hurts me when I hear people in the community suggest that that they're up against this huge machine that they can't really penetrate and have an influence on, and I know that's not true. So where is there an opportunity to really teach people, even if it's just how they can engage in West Hollywood at a greater scale that does not require like the acceptance of the Civic, to be accepted in the Civic Academy for 12 weeks or whatever? Where can we just I'm talking about going down to basics here. It's a theme, but where can we get people more involved? Or let them know they can be more involved and influence the community they live in?
Yeah, building off of kind of what all of them have said, and in kind of going back to the energy efficiency and how you would play a role in that part, because it's the planning commission, but maybe having especially staff that are interacting with the public, whether they be outreach, like to go and talk to a building about this energy program, or maybe you've got somebody at the parking counter, that the staff trained in identifying other needs outside of their scope of work. I can't think of an example, but if they in the conversation they hear something about the barking dog next door their house, they can kind of point them in the right direction to like our mediation person or other services that the city offers. The comment about assistance in the home, just doing like grocery shopping, something like that, or maybe doing some repairs. I mean, not only does that help the person that's in there directly benefiting from it, but oftentimes they have caretakers that need a break, and that would be helpful to them to go off and know that somebody's there with the person, but they can have an hour off. And then this doesn't have anything to do, I guess if kids are living in rent stabilized buildings, but school buses. I know that the city used to offer grants for taking kids. Yeah, so I think that's an excellent program. The school districts don't have money to do that, and the kids love it. And I love that program that the city does. And so hopefully you'll continue that.
Thank you.
Anything else for question 3? Okay, then I want to turn it back to you for any closing comments.
Just to recap, before we move on, and just to address a couple of things, because I heard you loud and clear. So one, we do currently contract with an organization, DCRC. Oh, it is escaping me what it stands for, but it stands for some really, yes, there we go, Disabilities Community Resource Center. They actually do help with upgrades and helping the home be more livable so that someone has independent living in a sense when they find themselves on the other side of that, right? Because some of us can just be one accident away, one trip and fall away from having our entire life changed. So we do contract with an agency that helps to do those renovations so that someone can still exist freely and independently in their home. And then also to your point, Commissioner, in addition to website things, we send out a mailing of our social services guide every year. Some people get annoyed with us, but we send it out to all the West Hollywood addresses, and it's our full guide. It's probably about 30 pages that details all of the agencies that we contract with and ways that you can get in contact with them. And then to your point, Chair, we are constantly, and yours, Commissioner, we're constantly, when we're at the counter, because the Human Services Division, we are front facing. And so when someone comes in and we work in connection with our wonderful department mates over in rent stabilization, when they have someone who comes in and they notice that they can benefit from more than just them having a claim and becoming more aware of their tenant rights, right? Like, oh, it sounds like social services is someone that you can take advantage of connecting with. I will say that with a lot of our frontline staff in the city, they do a great job of referring folks to us. We are one of many divisions that always has someone available to speak with someone at the counter and available over the phone. So we try to do our best at that. I just wanted to let you all know that so that you can sleep peacefully knowing that some of your needs that you've identified, we are actually working on. But I want to highlight that a couple of things, which is no surprise coming from the Rent Stabilization Commission. Legal advocacy, knowing your rights, that's something that is a priority. And Commissioner, I knocked your point down to number 3 when you said it. I was like, oh, that's a perfect world situation there with making sure that we get ahead of the game with connecting our community members that are on the verge of homelessness. And then oddly enough, and this isn't news to any of us here, but we know that sometimes people don't go to access services until it's probably too late. So we get people when it is like, oh man, I wish you had called us a month ago, a week ago. So that's something that I will say I share your sentiment on. So I've also highlighted that as a priority, and then the communications piece as well. So sorry. Then the communications piece as well, that is something that we are making sure that we are constantly working with our comms team, because we want to make sure that all community members, if you have a computer, if you have a cell phone, or if you have a landline and good old Spectrum 10 TV, you know about the services that exist. So thank you very much. I will now turn it back to you, Michelle, to wrap us up.
Yes, thank you so much for bearing through with us through the night. Your feedback and your input is really essential and important to us, so thank you for the thoughtful comments. I'm going to share our live phone. If you guys can't sleep at night and you have something come to your head, don't worry. You can email us. You can call us. We're open for feedback through the whole RFP process. And again, I'm going to share April 8th date. We are inviting the public, commissioners, commissioners, anyone who wants to provide feedback, please come to our Human Services Commission meeting on April 8th. It's taking place at Plummer Park in rooms 5 and 6, and we would love to hear everyone's feedback for the upcoming RFP. So if you guys need us, please contact us. Our direct line is 323-848-6510. This is a live phone number. We take pride in answering our calls and being active and available to the community. So if you come across someone that needs services, needs a connection, please give us a call. We also have a homeless concern line. It is going live any day now, but in the meantime, it is operated as a voicemail. We do return calls the same business day, probably within 15 to 20 minutes of receiving it as soon as someone gets the notice. And please utilize it, share it, and let the community know we're here to help. We're here to hear the feedback, and this is the time to make your voices heard so we can identify priorities that will fully serve our community. So with that, thank you so much for having us, and good night. It's a wrap.
More about the homeless concern line and what that would be used for the community members who might be listening at home?
Yeah, absolutely. So the homeless concern line, if you come across a community member that you might think they're in distress, they need some additional services, if they're on the sidewalk and they're blocking public right-of-way. The whole purpose is linkage and connecting to services. So rather than calling the sheriffs or block by block and trying to get the person removed, our goal is to link them with a provider that can help them and provide them services to hopefully get off the street, get into temporary shelter, a slew of things, mental health, they might just need medical help. We have really great outreach teams that are very accessible, and their response time is like nothing I've seen before. So please use that line. We will have 2 active lines. However, at the time right now, that line is monitored when we're not in City Hall, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for mental health crisis. So if someone calls and says, this person seems like they're in distress, they need some mental health, we have teams that will go out on weekends, on night times, early in the mornings, and connect and make those and offer services. And if you call us about a person once, don't be afraid to call again and again and again, because as we know, sometimes linkages and connection to services take time, and our teams are really good at building that relationship. So please feel free to utilize any of those numbers, the 323-848-6510 number, or our homeless concern line at 323-848-6590, and we'd be happy to connect our community with the services they need. So.
Thank you very much, and thank you. We are lucky in West Hollywood that this is a difficult conversation because our staff in rent stabilization and human services and planning, all of our folks are really great, and so it's hard to come up with new things because you all are doing things really well already. So
thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are almost done. Items from staff, number 10.
Yes, I'll be quick. So I just wanted to thank first Michelle, Dee, Christine for your presentations. I think they're very informative. I appreciate y'all staying with us. In terms of some of the feedback tonight about staff reports, I certainly hear you loud and clear. I am committed for items that are brought forward from rent stabilization staff. We will bring a staff report. I'll strongly encourage other divisions who are presenting to bring a staff report and share the commission's desire to have that information beforehand. So I just wanted to state that. I'm also just wanted to also communicate that I'm very open to working with you all and committed to working with you all. I welcome constructive and respectful feedback. I think, I'm new as manager. We have new legal counsel. We have a new secretary. I think there's a lot of opportunity to examine what's working and what might need to be tweaked. So I certainly welcome and appreciate any feedback you have moving forward. And that concludes my announcements. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Questions for the manager? Items from the public. Do we have anyone still with us?
No.
No public comment. Items from commissioners. Commissioner Paris.
I know they've left the building, but I did want to express my thanks to all the staff that stayed with us late into the evening to give us this important information. I appreciate Dee in particular. She worked with us when I was on the LGBT board, and I missed that energy. But I also want to thank all of you for your thoughtful and passionate positions as we navigated these particularly thorny appeals and determinations. It's not always the outcome we want to have, but it is certainly important that we are out here doing this stuff. And I would be remiss if I did not use this platform to advocate for the transgender members of our community here in West Hollywood and wherever they may find themselves as they find themselves under continuous and relentless attack from the federal government and being erased from public life. It is not acceptable to me, and it should not be acceptable to any American that any person should be find themselves marginalized in such a way. So whatever we can do to protect our community members, I'm sure that we will do it, and that the city will also do what they can to do so. It is critically important that we stand in community with one another and protect our trans siblings and gender nonconforming siblings from this kind of appalling dehumanization. Thanks.
Other items from commissioners? Commissioner Kirby's.
I just wanted to thank staff. I think you guys are doing a great job, as well as wanted to specifically call out Christine for thank you for your report tonight. We look forward to a more extensive report in the future. And then my final thing was thank you, Commissioner Paris, for saying that. It's just disgusting what is going on by this administration on a daily basis, as you said, just dehumanizing, and I agree, we do need to stand up, and I know all of us agree on that, and speak out against it and stop it from happening. Thank you for that. And
to make it formal, can we adjourn the meeting in honor of the transgender community? I know that is nothing substantive, but at least that puts us all seven on record as acknowledging your comments, Commissioner Paris. So without objection, we will adjourn in honor of the transgender community. Mr. Kessinger, thank you so much. You have been incredibly good at receiving feedback, and you get us through some really difficult conversations, and so you're doing an excellent job, in my opinion, for whatever that's worth. Probably not much, but it means a lot to me that you are so committed to making sure this commission runs well. My apologies to the six of you, but I raised a question via email to Mr. Kessinger and Mr. Martz, and so I told them that I'd be asking this question, so I'm going to ask it, even though of the late hour. Based on the second appeal and the situation with marriage and all of this sort of stuff, I raised the hypothetical situation. Somebody moves into an apartment, they get married a year later, they live happily for 40 years, the original tenant dies, they're in their 80s, well, one is dead now, the other one, the surviving partners are 80, but they're not an original tenant. Are they protected, or does Costa-Hawkins allow that rent to go up? And the follow-up question is, and you can make this very quick because you had it in advance, what can we do about that if they aren't protected?
So you're going to hate it. It's a lawyer answer, but it depends. Just like we saw here, some would be and some would not. As we saw in this appeal, there are things you can do to protect yourself. Not all of those steps were taken here. Obviously, there was a divorce involved that made it more complicated, but there are steps to take. And what we can do, I think, our legislative lobbyist, Hernan Molina, is going to be here. That's a great person to talk to. State legislation doesn't get changed unless a lot of it comes out of the cities. I'm working on some stuff for the fire rebuilds for the city of Malibu that's coming out of the city attorney's office of city of LA. They're very receptive to it. That, legislation is not just made by the state, it's made here. So, the old I'm just a bill, talking with ernon from our staff about how we get things passed is a great way. I think just like we heard about here now, people don't really understand what services are available. I think people don't also understand how our legislation gets made. So I work with our city prosecutor to change things that we find coming up in things that we talk about all the time. So, if you see something and you don't like it, you were appointed by a council member or by the council as a whole, chat with them. We're a very tenant-friendly city, so if you see things that are pretty tenant-unfriendly, that might have been a case you can talk with and create some legislation.
It's within our purview to suggest changes, and so I don't want to go down the road of our second appeal tonight. That was a very fact-specific, but I would love to make sure that tenants that are in that opposite extreme of a situation that I described would have protections. And so that's a conversation for another time, but I flagged it, and hopefully we can have a conversation about this in the future. And I wouldn't have brought it up at this hour except that I told them I was going to, so they were prepared. So with that, seeing nothing else, correct? The next meeting of the Rent Stabilization Commission will be held on Thursday, February 27th, 2025 at 7 p.m. in the West Hollywood Park Public Meeting Room, Council Chambers. That's this room. Have a good night. Thank you.
People here in the city to get the funding to purchase this property.
The Holloway Interim Housing Program is the city's next step in addressing homelessness. It'll provide 20 units of interim housing